Cast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Yeah, hi everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Okay, I'm audible. Can you confirm and you are able to see my screen? Okay, great. I think we start. Just wait for 2 more minutes to join other participants. So once they join, we'll start the sessions. So wait 2 more minutes and then we'll start. Okay. Meanwhile, anybody have any questions in our yesterday session? Okay, so one questions we have on our Discord is, have you encountered any detection on AWS CLI or PACO during red team operations? Any ways to avoid those detections? Yeah, definitely. So a lot of time, generally, this has happened if target organizations have enabled guard duty, and if you are using PACO directly because the user agent the PACO have is directly detected by the guard duty and other security solutions. So in that case, if you really want a PACU, tools to be in that red team operations, you should change the user agent in the first place. That is really important in that case. Other there are different ways to avoid detections. Just like yesterday we saw, we exfiltrate the metadata from the endpoint, but generally what happen if you use those metadata outside of the machines where we have a role or metadata, it will be directed by guard duty. So what we suggest and what we did in our past red team operations, we use the same system to do further attack. So if you exfiltrate it and using outside of AWS or outside of the same machine where metadata is attached or means that particular role is attached, that means that this particular scenario will be detected by the guard duty. So the best way is to avoid those detections. You have to use the same system where you have a where role is attached or where the system you compromise. Third one is you can also think about a scenario. Generally, like in past red team operations, we saw that you have to guard duty are the regional services. Regional services means they are enabled on the specific region. So you enable for US region, Asia Pacific, or Europe region, or any so these are the regional services. So the best way is to you to check on what reason guard duty is not enabled, because guard duty is very costly for an organization. For cost cutting and other purpose, organizations only enable the guard duty on a specific reason. So when you do these kind of operations, please make sure you first check what are the areas where guard duty is enabled. And if you found there is regions where guard duty is not enabled, you'll go and you'll do whatever you can do it won't able to detect by the guard duty in that case. So there are a few scenarios like we can take advantage of how the detections work, and then we can avoid those detection. One question asked about, yeah, if your instance have a metadata version 2 enabled, in that case there are one further step you have to take it in this place. So I'm just sharing one. So I prepared one basically one documents. I'll share with you as well. So what are the area and what are the things you have to do if your metadata is enabled? So how you can retrieve the metadata if version 1 is enabled and version 2 is enabled? So you can see all the cheat sheets available there. I'm just sharing this one. This is we during our research we identify if you compromise EC2 virtual machines, compute engine in AWS, Azure, and GCP, what are the locations you can retrieve the metadata? So it's depend like in AWS, if metadata version 1 or 2 is enabled, you can retrieve it based on the version it's enabled. So I'm just sharing this cheat sheet link with you. So this will give you the idea if you what sort of service you compromise and from where you can retrieve the metadata. You can see in this here in second place and second row. Basically, if you compromise Lambda function in AWS, metadata will be there in environment variable. but in Azure it will be there in different locations. Same in GCP, it will be there in these locations. So please make sure, based on appropriate service that you compromise, you can retrieve the metadata from there. But from the detection point of view, like, uh, recently it was not there previously, just like if you exfil. So generally what happened initially, what a guard duty detections rule enabled. So suppose if guard duty is enabled and you use metadata outside of AWS service, doesn't matter it's victim AWS account or attacker AWS account, if you use outside of AWS services, they will detect it. Now these days they implemented another rule that if, suppose role is attached to one EC2 instance, and if you exfiltrate the metadata from that instance and using anywhere else, means any second EC2 instance, that will also detect it in guard duty. So recently they implemented that rule. So generally in that scenario, what we did it, first we'll check if guard duty is enabled or not. If guard duty is enabled, you have to use the same system. No need to exfiltrate the metadata from that VMs, and you have to use the same system. You can do a reverse proxy, you can use this shell access, so multiple things you can do it to use the same system to perform multiple actions there. The reference material, yeah, definitely I will share the reference material. So during our research we created a few things, so I will share, no, after this training, I think tomorrow I will share all these details. So I will share like how you can identify if guard duty is enabled, what sort of rules are there, and then there are few areas which you can use to bypass it. Not exactly bypass it, but you can take advantage of, it won't detect during your red team operations. But one suggestion from our end, if you use any automated tool, definitely, it will create a lot of noise. Noise means list, get on all the operations. So if you're doing pen testing is okay, you can use any automated tool like enumerations, pack, or any other things. But if you're doing actually red team operations, please make sure you use CLI, AWS CLI, because it's a legitimate binaries provided by this one as much as possible to do your enumeration or any sort of other actions. Okay, great. Any other questions? Regarding the lab, so generally we configured in a lab in such a way because it will be destroying the when session is ended, because there are few things which is directly exposed to the audience, and it's very headache if you create a VPN and you allow to access it. So what we suggest, if you left some point, don't worry about it, because we will provide you a 30 days lab where you get all the scenario. You'll get a lot of scenarios there, you can practice it. You can whatever things you want to learn, you can practice there, you can do your own research, you can use the study materials, and you can do a lot of things there. So don't worry about the lab thing part, because 30 days lab is big cyber range lab, so it will take a lot of time for yours to do research and all these things. But yeah, like during the sessions, please make sure you practice enough, because what happened, I practice a lot, so maybe I'm not getting those kind of error. But if you try it as a first, and you even you try the same thing, but you will also get error. So please make sure you do all these things during the session only. If you have any query question, just let me know, so it will help, it will help you to understand that what sort of things is happening, because just by watching the videos and things, I don't think so it will work a lot. So please make sure you practice enough to do these things. Okay, so before we start the sessions, please make sure the tools that we specify here you have installed in your system. Mostly we use gcloud CLI, but there are some of the automated tools. So I'm just, please make sure. So today we discuss about Google Cloud Red Team. First, we discuss about fundamental of Google Cloud. What are different ways? How it's different than AWS Cloud, and what are the misconfiguration in there? And at least you install gcloud CLI in your system. So there are 2 3 tools. At least you install it, so it will help. During the sessions. And if you have any queries, any time, please let me know directly on the Discord. So we will resolve in in that particular time frame only. Okay. I think Let me check if everybody joined. Okay, any other questions regarding our yesterday session? Anything? We already uploaded the videos, yesterday session videos in our LMS. Please make sure you go through it. And anytime if you found any difficulties and you want to just directly DM me, so I'll help you to resolve that query. Okay, I think that's great. I already shared this cheat sheet with you, so this will help you to retrieve the metadata. Okay, now let's start with our next second day session. Okay, so basically this second day sessions we divided in a three different. So basically we divided in two different module. One module we discuss about the fundamental of Google Cloud, Google Workspace, how you can enumerate it. And the second module, the same thing we did yesterday, we do a full-fledged RedTeam operations from just a radar access or from OSINT to compromise the full projects here. Okay, so yeah, first half we'll do the enumerations fundamentals of Google Cloud, and second half we'll do red team operations. Okay, so let's start with this one. So when we're talking about Google Cloud, basically, you can see Google Cloud have a three different component. See, similar like in similar like in Azure, Google Cloud have a three different components. One is initially Google Cloud have a one the very popular component is called Google Workspace. Initially the name was G Suite. Now they changed it to called Google Workspace. So suppose similar like Office 365, if you want to access Mail, Drive, your Google Meet, or any other SaaS-based applications, Google Cloud have a Google Workspace solutions. So that is for end user as well as for your business as well. So you can use Gmail for your personal Gmail account, or you can also configure or also use for your organization as well. Now, what happened in initially case, what happened, Google Workspace itself is a SaaS-based solutions, and they inbuilt have an identity platform. They are not dependent to any other identity platform initially when cloud identity or Google platform was not introduced. So later on, what happened later on, they introduced Google platform. So Google platform, just like if you want to Google Cloud Platform. So it's basically if you want to create any resource that is part of just like virtual machines, storage, or any sort of resources that is part of Google Cloud platform. Now, Google Cloud Platform is only responsible for your creating your resources, but all the authentication will take place in Google Workspace only. So Google Workspace have inbuilt your application solutions like your SaaS solutions along with your identity as a service, because they mainly use for authentication purpose. Recently, I think few year back, Google Cloud introduced cloud identity, which similar like Azure AD services. So that will allow you to configure with your on-premises solutions, federate your identity, and provide much more access than the traditional Google Workspace have. So and this service is only used for identity purpose. So you can configure similar like in Azure. You can also sync your on-premises credentials to Google Cloud Identity, and you can do a lot of things. You can also configure your SSOs applications with Cloud Identity. So Cloud Identity is mainly used for authentication for your Google Cloud platform. Now, or if you use Google Workspace is basically your SaaS solutions along with identity as a service as well. Okay, we'll discuss in detail one of these things. Now, when you're talking about Google Cloud Platform, how the Google Cloud Platform look like? Similar like in AWS or GCP or any other cloud providers, Google Cloud Platform have this one is portal where you can actually log into your UI with your username and password, and you can authenticate there. Second point that is called control plane, which basically have a combination of multiple APIs. So basically, this is the set of API which is exposed to the publicly, which is authenticated API. So you can directly call these API from your G Cloud CLI or your API client. Just like you have a any sort of REST API client, you can directly invoke the Google Cloud API, which is there in a control plane. Okay, now if you want to create any virtual machines or anything, you can also invoke with GCP portal as well. At the end, we have a data plane where actually your resources are created, like virtual machines, your storage, which is created there in a data plane where actually your service is there. Now, the important point here is similar like in AWS, we can authenticate to the portal with our username and password. It can be your federated user, it can be your normal Gmail account, or it can be your G Suite or Workspace user. There is two more things, just like in G Cloud CLI, we can use username and password or service account. Service account is similar like programmatic access. Service account, we can say, is used for where you don't require any human interventions. Suppose you have a Terraform script, a Terraform script which is creating some sort of resources there, where you no need to log in every time as a human or as a employee there. Why? Because of when you're talking about user accounts, generally we have a multi-factor authentication, and we should and users should require there will be user interactions will be there. But in service account case, there won't be any multi-factor authentication and there won't be any human interventions there. Okay, there is one more thing. You can use API client as well, just like your REST API client. Uh, and you can use auth access token, similar like in our traditional API authentication. We use BRI token, authorization BRI token to authenticate. Same thing, because the Google Cloud control plane is a combination of multiple API which is exposed, which is authenticated API. So you can authenticate and you can consume those APIs. Similar like any other cloud provider, Google Cloud also have a two sort of credentials. One is long-term credentials and another one is short-term credentials. So you can see we have a long-term credential as our username and password, as well as service account key. We'll discuss about what exactly this service account have. And at the end, we have a short-term credentials. Short-term credentials means credentials that will be valid for a short duration of time. So it's basically a BRI token, authorization auth BRI token, which is valid for 1 hour only. You can use this token to authenticate to the Google Cloud CLI. Okay, now you can see how this authentication work. So in Google Cloud, there are multiple ways you can authenticate to the. So please make sure will try. Please make sure you install G Cloud CLI in your system, and we'll start. So you can use G Cloud. If your CLI is installed, you will see like this. Okay, so you can see like this. Now, if you want to authenticate, how does this authentication work in Google Cloud? So first things, the authentication work is you can directly access Google Cloud here in this particular portal. So you can use console.cloud.google.com, and where you can specify your credentials, like I am authenticated as an employee 01, and you can see this is the portal of Google Cloud. So you can see it here. Now you can see it here. What happened if you have a, just like these are this is the portal of Google Cloud Platform, right? You can have multiple services, multiple cloud storage and all these things. And how you can authenticate? Simple, like your username and password. Same thing, you can do it from your G Cloud CLI, just like in our AWS we use API client. We can also use we use our programmatic access key ID and secret in Google Cloud. You can use uh, even your username and password or a JSON key file, which is a service account file there. Okay, so let's try to authenticate here. Gcloud auth login. Just like in AWS, we use our programmatic access, the key credentials. It can be long term or short terms, so you can directly configure it. Similar like in Google Cloud, we can use our username and password as well as service account key to authenticate. So first we are going to authenticate with our username and password. So you can use Gcloud auth login. Yeah, you can see what happened if you click it here. It required human interventions. That means you have to authenticate with you have to enter your username and password. You have to accept the this particular. So you have to accept it, and after that it automatically authenticated like. Okay, so this is how you can use your username and password. Please make sure you use the same employee credential that we shared yesterday. Okay, any questions anybody have? Okay, Abhijit asking why cloud providers like Azure and GCP allow service account login in the first place if service account are used internally within. So yeah, generally, so think about a scenario. If you have a service account, the main purpose of service account is to where you don't require human intervention. Suppose in one place you have your applications like your Terraform applications or any other automated application running on AWS, and you want to automate the things on Google Cloud. How you can do it? How you can actually specify the credentials. The one thing is you have to log in as a user account, but user account credentials are user account credentials is not best practice to use user account credentials. Just like in our system as well, we use service account credentials instead of user account credentials. So it's a service account which allow us to don't with you no need to worry about multi-factor authentications, or if your applications not don't no need to want any sort of human interventions, because employees are, suppose employee left the organizations, you have to log into another employee and you have to do these things. So that's why an employee credentials are, you have to you have to rotate the credentials every some sort of time. Just like in service account also, you have to configure it to rotate the credentials. So that's why if you are outside of the particular cloud boundary, you have to use, and you want automated some stuff, you have to use the service account where you don't require multi-factor authentication, where you don't require human interventions there. So that's the main reason each and every cloud providers introduce this programmatic access or automated access there. Like interactive login by GCP CLI outside of asking like interactive login via GCP CLI outside cloud boundary. So basically what happened, if you think about a scenario in the back end, how Google Cloud work. Google Cloud is basically is a set of APIs which is exposed here. And how you can authenticate with the API. So you can authenticate as your user account. You can also authenticate with your service account. So if you're aware about auth, the flow. So there are 2 lagged and 3 lagged flows are there. So based on that requirement, at the end it will give you the access token. Second thing is here, when you require human intervention, just like if you log in here, it will ask you to provide your consent. In service account it won't there, but in Google account it will ask you to provide your consent if you are okay to authorize these applications. And that's why gcloud CLI have in the particular case. Okay, so in this case, like applications user account case, you have to provide your consent here, that you are authorizing this your CLI to work on behalf of you. And similar like in service account, you no need to provide any consent. You just provide the permissions to that applications. It will work in an automated manner. Okay. Any questions here? So you can even authenticate it and it will work like this. Anybody have any difficulties to log in there? So you can see you will be authenticate like this. What are the things you should see? Like you have your project ID here. This is the credentials that you logged in there. Okay. Now, if you want to see which account or how many, so similar like in AWS, we have multiple profiles, right? So we have multiple credentials, we can create a multiple profiles. In GCP also, if you want to see all the authenticated credentials, you can use it like this. So these are the user account or service account is authenticated. Just by looking for this one, you can see this is a user account which is authenticated here. Okay, now what about, so this is how its authentication is work in this case. Now think about a scenario, and any questions here, like how anybody is facing this difficulties to authenticate as a user account? It's very simple. You can directly, so how the flow is work. Yeah, correct. So because in this case, I already authenticated with this employee ID. Otherwise, every flow will be work like Azure ID only, because Azure is a primary identity. So federation is definitely work on the Azure side as well. So if you use these credentials, flows, everything will be work on Azure side. So there won't be any changes on your federation and all these things. You can just see how you can authenticate, how can you use your CLI or your username and password to authenticate with the CLI. Okay, any questions? Now let's try with, okay. Now, okay, you can see you can authenticate here. Now, how the service account look like? So basically service account in our AWS, what happened, you have to create a user and you can provide two sort of credentials. One is your programmatic access and another one is your basically your username and password. So username and password you can use to authenticate to your AWS portal, or access key ID and secret you can use it to authenticate to your basically AWS CLI. Same thing in GCP, there are two different credentials. User account is completely different than service account, right? So user account, which you have only username and password, there won't be any other credentials for user account. Service account only have a programmatic access. That means service account have a one JSON file. So how it's look like? So I'm just sharing one service account credentials in our Discord. So you can use that service account, and I'll just a second. I'm just sharing. Just a second, I'm sharing this credentials. I don't know where it is. Just a second. Anyways, some download. Let me go here and download the credentials. So you can see how you download the service account credentials. So suppose if I go here You can see all the service accounts are listed here. We'll discuss in detail, don't worry about all these things. But so you can see all the service accounts is listed here. I'm going for this particular service account. You can go for a key and you can download their key. So this is how you can download the key. Similar like in our AWS, you can generate a key, but that keys belong to user account only. So user account have both your username and password along with your programmatic access key ID and secret. But here service account and user account, two different identity here. So you can see you will get a key like this. And this is how a key look like. This is a service account credentials. This is how a key look like. So you can see in the key, we have this particular thing called private key. This is actually a certificate which have this is mainly used for a credential. Other thing are just like your service account name, and we already know how Google Cloud work is basically exposed. Its basis work on the auth level. So you can see all the auth endpoint there for your authorization token and your access token, how you can retrieve it. So everything will be mentioned here in this thing. And this is a certificate which is belongs to this particular. So you need to use this particular key to authenticate it. Okay, so let me try to do these things. Let me go to download. And how you can authenticate actually for service account, Google account, user account, you can use directly gcloud auth login. When you have your username and password, very simple, you can authenticate. But if you want to authenticate as a service account, credential you require as a JSON file, this JSON file that I shared with you. But how you can authenticate it here? You can use gcloud auth activate service account key file, and the file name. What is the file name? You can see the file name is one file at the end. So there are a lot of files are there. So while I'm looking for one file, yeah, this is a file. I'm just sharing with you as well. So I think 1 second, download. Yeah, I just shared the file. Service account key file with you. So you'll also try it, and you can see I'm able to authenticate. You can see this account is activated, and this is a service account email address. One more important point here is like in AWS, how we can identify. So we identify with ARN. ARN means each and every object have a unique ARN. When every users, every group, every roles, everybody have a unique ARN. Here in Google Cloud, each and every identity have a unique basically email address. So user account have their separate email address, groups have their own separate email address, and service account have their own separate email address. Okay, so just by looking here, you can see if it's a user account or service account. Let's first check how many. So I'll just sharing this one with you. And you can see it here how many credentials are authenticated, or how many users or service account, or how many accounts are active. So you can see there are two accounts that is actually active at present in this particular gcloud CLI. Similar like in AWS, we have multiple profiles. Okay, now how we identify if it's a service account or it's a user account? So you can see user account simply have your username and password. But service account, this is how service account look like. We have a service account name. This is your project name. Just like in AWS, we have a AWS account ID. Here, everything is denoted by project ID. This is your project ID, and this will be same for this will be suffix for your service account name. Service account.com. So this is how you identify it. Now, if you want to switch, just like in AWS, you use the CLI, how you can switch it? So you can use AWS, then some operation, and then you can specify the profile there, right? Like you can specify. Here you can see how you can switch between these two user, or if there are multiple accounts are active, you can see you have to just change this star. So suppose at present this is the account is active, you can see the star in front of or asterisk in front of this particular account. Now if you want to change it, you can use gcloud config set account, and you just need to specify the another account id, and this time you can see this account is changed. So this user account at present is your active account at this time. So all the commands that will be executed on behalf of this user account. If you want to change again, you can change it. If you want to see the configuration of this account, you can use command gcloud config list, where you can see all the configuration related to your account. Okay, so like your account name, your project name. Suppose there is a possibility that you have a one account, but that account have a access on multiple projects there. In that case, you can change the project here. You can change the value of this project. So this is how we can authenticate here with help of our gcloud CLI. So you can use your user account, you can use your service account to authenticate with gcloud CLI. And during the RedTeam operation, lot of time you'll see the scenario where you have access on multiple accounts there. So you can just need to configure one CLI and you can switch between these accounts. Okay, anybody facing any problem here? So very simple. If you want to see all active account, all account are presented, all authenticated account here, you can use gcloud auth list. So you can see there are two accounts are at present authenticated. One is your user account. This is your user account just by looking for email address, and this is your service account. Now at present this user account is an active account. That means all the command that will be executed will be executed on behalf of this particular user. Now if you want to change to this account, you can see in the bottom, this is a command reference to set the active account. So if you want to set another account as active account, you can use gcloud config set account, and you can use this account for active account. During RedTeam operation or pen testing, you'll see lot of scenario there where you have to switch between the account. In AWS, you can directly use the profile command there, but in this case, you have to use this account. Okay, anybody facing any issues to authenticate with this one? After that, we'll start our next phase, because when we do RedTeam operations, the threat actor, the targeted or we can say how high value targeted object is a service account. Why? Because service account have a similar access or more than the access that user account have. Why? Because of the its required automations. So definitely if your applications, or if you suppose your service account is using in Terraform, it should require the highest permissions to do a lot of stuff in in your Google Cloud. In that case, service account is a highly targetable or accounts, and we have to understand how the service account key and all the scenario work. Second point here is why threat actor targets service account is service account. We can say that credentials doesn't require multi-factor authentication. Just like in user account, you use your username and password, and then you have to specify your MFA there. Then only you are able to authenticate. But in case of service account, you just need a key like this. No need to have any multi-factor authentications. That's why threat actor target service account a lot. Okay. Third thing is by default, like if you go in the portal, that you can see you can create a multiple credential for a single service account. Just like in AWS, for a user, there will be only one username and password, but you can create a multiple access key ID and secret. Similar like in service account, you can create a multiple credentials for this service account that threat actor can use to creating a backdoor. Threat actor can use to escalate the privilege. So because in this case you can have I think you can create up to 10 different credentials, 10 different set of credentials for single service account. And the third one is service account key by default will never expire. So if you see the expirations, you can see it is infinite. So this service account key will never expire. So that's why threat actor targeting service account a lot in organizations, and they hunt for a service account key a lot for organization instead of user account. So please make sure if you do red team assessment in specifically on Google Cloud side, you have to focus on service account. So once you get the access on service account, you can do much more things without worrying about expirations, without worrying about MFA, without worrying about much more things there. Okay, we'll discuss how threat actors do these things, but this is how that's why service account are highly targetable objects in Google Cloud. Okay, now we can see authentications, how this authentication works. Okay, any questions here? This authentication part. Okay, now very simple. Similar like Visa, you can use your username and password to authenticate. In the backend, it will follow the auth flow. If you use your user account, it will use 3 lagged flow. If you use a service account, it will use only 2 lakh flow. You can if you have a time, you can also understand how auth work. So specifically on Azure and GCP side, you will see authorizations, because these are the because AWS, sorry, Azure and GCP have a lot of APIs. It's basically a combination of API exposed to the audience. So you should also understand the auth mechanism, how the flows work for in auth specific. So yeah, so you can see I authenticated as a user, I authenticated as a service account. Now, interesting things come into picture here is where exactly your credential is stored. Just like in AWS, it will store there in your AWS directory, like in your user home folder. If you go to your AWS directory, your credential will store there in a clear text, like this one. It can be your permanent access KD or secret, or long term, or it can be a short term, in this format. Now, how does this GCP work? Where exactly they store the credentials? So you can see here in this diagram, GCP will store the credentials in this particular directory in Windows and this directory in Linux. So if you looking for Linux or Mac OS, you can go for a home user directory. They will create a directory called hidden directory called .config. Inside that you have a .gcloud folder, and you can see the credentials. So mainly credentials are stored in a two different file. One is access token.db, another one is credential.db. Okay, now let's see. Like in Windows, I'll just check because I authenticated in Windows. Let's see where exactly these credentials are there. So let's go. Okay, now let's cd. You have to change the usernames. Any username you can specify, that is where you have. Now you can see if you want to get, yeah. So there are different files are there. Two important files that is targetable are access token and credential.db. So these are the my SQLite database file where actually your credential is stored, and what format this credential is stored. I already told you GCP and Azure follow auth mechanism, like or auth or authentication mechanism. If you use auth, that means you have your access token format in bearer or authorization format. So let's see how this look like. So and then so these are the SQLite database files. So you use browser. So I'm using DB browser in this case. Yeah, SQLite. And you can open this. So where exactly this is stored? You go, you log in, you'll see it here. and you can see there are two different file are stored in database format. If you want to see their value, you can see the value like this. Now what you can see this is account ID, the same both the account ID that is active, other are unnecessary, so you can delete it, no need. Yeah, so you can see there are two account ID. One is your if you're looking for here, and if you want to see G-Cloud, why it's important, because you understand how auth flow and how this works. So you can see there are two different account I have. These are the two different account ID, and you can see their access token. So it won't store credential in format of username and password or your JSON file. Once you authenticate, it will store the credential in format of access token. Similar like this is happening in auth flow. Like you have your authorization code, you can use that authorization code to get the access token, like bearer access token. See, this is the access token, and this is stored in this database. Okay, so this is auth access token, this OIDC, token. So mainly we use auth access token a lot. So this is the first database file, access token.db, where we actually store the access token. Now there is one more file is there that's called credentials.db. So let's open that one. This is access token.db where we store the access token. Let's open the credential.db, and when you click here, it will, one second, you can see in the bottom, one second, yeah, in the bottom you can see, let me expand it, like if you are able to see it, I think, let me see if correct. So you can see, like for auth flow, you require a client ID, client secret, which is RG Cloud CLI client ID and client secret. You also get a refresh token. So if you have an idea about auth flow, refresh token is the token which we use if your access token expire. Suppose the expiry or lifetime of access token will be for 1 hour only, 33,600 second only. So after that, access token will expire. So G-Cloud automatically use your refresh token to get a new access token. So in this case, if somebody compromise your both your credential.db, they can generate a new access token and they can use it. So in RedTeam scenario, like in some situation, if you compromise a employee system, their workstations, you have to look for these two locations. You have to look for these locations, like depend upon Windows, Mac OS, or Linux. You have to look for these locations to get these kind of credentials. This is for Windows, this is for Linux and Mac OS. If you identify this thing, you just need these two. So you can see you just need these two files. One is your access token.db file, and another one is your credential.db file, and that's it. You can use it anywhere else in your attacker system, and you can authenticate with the same user credentials. No need to do anything. You just need to copy these credentials there, and you can authenticate there. Okay, so let's see how does it work. So in this case, let me open a subsystem of Linux. Sorry, open it wrong. 1 second. My bad. Yeah, my bad. I'm just opening the subsystem for Linux, so you will get how actually threat actor can use it. So you can see I open a subsystem for Linux, and if you want to see, so this is completely isolated environment. If you want to see if there are any credential is authentic, okay, there are multiple here. Let me remove all these things. Revoke. So this is how you can revoke the credentials, or this is how you can log out actually if you log in there. You just need to specify gcloud auth revoke to log out, and if you specify all, you will be log out from all the active accounts there. Now let's see how does it work. Gcloud auth list. So you can see I'm not logged in with any sort of credential here, but in this case I logged in with two different. You can use a different system as well if you have. Now think about a scenario of somebody compromising my system, and they have access on both the file credential.db as well as access token.db. Keep in mind that access token.db only store, this file is only store your access token, but credential.db also store your refresh token as well, because that's the token that is used for to generate a new access token. So let's see if I download, or if I have access on these two files, and if I place this file to my subsystem. Let me see if I copy it. So in this particular directory, let me dot. So in Linux, you can see in a Linux system, it will be there in this particular directory, cool.config.gcloud. Config.gcloud. This is a location where you store the credentials. Gcloud store the credential in Linux. Now let's remove all these things. Let's remove this one. Let's remove credential.db as well. Uh, Now what I'm going to do, I'm just copying these two files from my Windows locations to Linux one, and so you can use the separate system, because in this case I have only one system. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy cp. You have to use where actually credential are stored in my Windows system. So you can use C users, then you have to specify the username, then you have to specify, sorry, this is the locations where you actually use it. In Windows, this is the locations you have to use it. App data, then you have to use app data, then you have to use roaming and gcloud, and then you can copy your credentials.db here as well as access token.db here. That's it. Now let's see if I have, yeah, I just copied from this particular locations to this locations. And now let's see if you authenticate auth list. You can see both the account is active here, so you just need to activate any of the account and you can use it. So it's very simple. Like generally in RedTeam scenarios, we have to also look for not only your else's credentials for Windows specific, you have to also check cloud credentials a lot, because a lot of time we compromise the workstations, and developers, DevOps people, SRE, they have their cloud credentials in clear text in their home directory. There is no protections as such, no, in Windows, Linux, and macOS. You just need to copy these two files from systems and use it in our attacker system. It will work like very simple. So you can see I'm able to authenticate here. Okay, any questions in this point? So this is how you can use this particular scenarios. If you compromise a workstation of a user. Yeah. Now where actually credential are stored and in what format credential are stored. So credential are stored in access token and refresh token format. Okay. Even if you use if you don't want to use your gcloud CLI, or if you directly use the API client as well, you require just your access token. You can use it in our authorization header, the bearer authorization header, and you can use it. You can call the Google Cloud API and it will work like very simple. Okay, so yeah, these are the information which is contained. So this is a database file, these are the tables, and these are the data which is stored. That just now we saw it, what format it have. Okay, Last thing is now, like the first thing how you can authenticate is your simple your console portal where you require your username and password. Second thing, you can use your gcloud CLI, and third one is you can use directly APIs. So API will be hosted, or API endpoint will be hosted here, and you just need to specify, just like you can use curl command authorizations bearer, and you just need to specify the access token that you retrieve from here or anywhere else. Suppose if you have access token here, one second. So you can use these access token. If you want, if just you retrieve this access token, if you want to see if it's a valid token or not, very simple. You can use this command to see if your token is valid or not. Let me check it. First, you can directly use this command access token. This particular endpoint will give the information about the token if it's a valid or not. Like we can copy the token value from here. You can use curl, or you can use direct browser, and you can hit enter, and you can see this token is belongs to this particular service account. So this is how, even if you get a full a credential.db or access token.db file, or you just got the access token, you can authenticate the Google Cloud CLI. But keep in mind that access token have a lifetime as I think 1 hour by default. So after 1 hour, that access token will expire. So you have to use the refresh token to generate a new access token. Where gcloud CLI automatically do the same operation, you can also generate with manual flow. Endpoint is already mentions there. Yeah. So here you can have this auth endpoint, and here you can retrieve the access token endpoint. You just need to do some research on auth side. That's it. Because Azure and GCP is full of application APIs. In auth, the flow is work in the backend. Okay. So yeah. Any question here? You can use your client API client like Postman, API Explorer to authenticate. If you can also view, because these are the API generally in some scenario. Why it's important? Because sometimes what happen during a RedTeam operations, we know that some of the functionality is not there in a CLI, in a portal. Like you won't see these functionality in the portal. Some of the functionality which is not there in the CLI, but this functionality will be always there in the APIs. If it's a documented APIs, the functionality will be there, and from here you can get the reference of these APIs. Just sharing. So this is a reference of APIs. All the APIs are here. Okay, so suppose you can use compute, you can use projects, any API if you want to use it, you can use it from here. And this is how it will work. To authenticate, these are the endpoint of this API. To authenticate, we required access token like this. We required access token in format of authorization header. Okay, any questions here? Keep in mind that we just understand the authentication part, how access token work, and how as the red teamers, if you steal those tokens, how it's impactful for organizations if you compromise the user system there. And now services, there are multiple services are there. It's similar like an AWS and Azure, like a storage, network, identity and access management, and even SaaS-based solution as well. Okay, so when we're talking about, first, let's discuss about how cloud identity and workspace work. So when you're talking about Google Cloud Identity in a workspace, we already know these are the, basically cloud identity in workspace is provide identity as a service along with your SaaS application. SaaS application means your Gmail, your Drive. Lot of organizations are using Google Workspace a lot now these days. So from a red team point of view, it's really important because sometimes what happen, your objective is to not just compromise a virtual machines or database. Your objective is to compromise or have access on your CEO email address, your uh, the user or any user email address or their drive access to download the files, or and their calendar or their invite access and all these things. In that case, you have to compromise the Google Workspace. So first understand how this Google Workspace works, and then we get the idea about how we can access it. Okay, so when you're talking about Google Workspace, one second, let's discuss a few points about Google Workspace. So Google Workspace have a two sort of portal. One is your admin portal, which is accessible on this particular API, admin.google.com. This is the portal where you manage users, you manage groups, you manage device. Everything will be managed here in this particular portal. Even licensing, every part is managed by Google Workspace admin portal. This is the admin portal. Just like in AWS, your authentication, your user account, everything will be part of AWS account only. Here it's two different portal. One portal we have a Google Cloud projects where you can use just creating your service account. This is your Google Cloud project portal. You can create a service account. You can have access on multiple resources there, but you don't find anywhere where you have options to create a group, where you have options to create a user, because all the identities managed by Google Workspace only. And this is the important directory where you can see all the users. So you can also log in here, like in this particular portal. You can use employee credentials. I just logged into. One more thing, keep in mind that in this particular portal, only administrator are allowed to access it. Just like in AWS, anybody can access it. If you have a username and password, you can access it. Based on the permissions, you can view something and you cannot. But here, only admin can access this portal. And how many admins are there? This is completely different than our projects. So you can see it here in our account. These are the admin groups they created. Like you have a super admin, which is basically used to manage Google Workspace. Like who can create a user, who can create a groups, who can enroll a device, who can assign the license there. These are the admins. Suppose if you forget your your credentials or your password, and if you want your help desk admin to reset your password, so only help desk admin can reset your password and can access this portal and can reset the password here. Okay, so this is mainly used to manage this particular portal. Who can manage user account groups, uh, you know your user groups, your organizations, your device as well. Similar like in Azure AD, we can also have you can also enroll your laptop, your bring your own device or your company device as well. So these are the roles which is mainly just used to manage this particular portal or manage the object of this Google Workspace. So this is how two different scenarios come into picture here. Now you can see super admin, what this super admin can do. So you can see who is the super admin here. So all the users, you can assign any users as a super admin here. You cannot assign a service account as a super admin, but you can add any other user as a super admin here. So these are the users which have a super admin right. This is the topmost right we have on Google Workspace. So suppose if you have super admin, you can reset a password of any users and you can log in there with using their credentials to log in their mail, their Google Cloud project as well. So super admin have a topmost right, who is mainly used to manage users, group, device, anything related to Google Workspace. Okay, so now, in red team operation, this is our objective actually. Our objective is to compromise or to become a super admin on Workspace. You cannot have interaction on Google Cloud side, but you can reset a password of a user, and then you can use their credential to access the Google Cloud project. So this is the main difference between admin roles here in Google Workspace. And I already told you only admin can access this portal. So suppose in our case, you can create a custom role as well. These are the predefined role. You can create a custom role, and I already assign employee 01 as a, and what are the as a admin, and what are the permission I assign there. You can see all the permissions here. Let's click here, privilege. So this particular user have a these read privilege on this particular account. So that means only admin can access this portal, and you have to assign the permissions there. Then only it's access this particular portal there. Okay, so that's the main difference between. So this is a one side of Google Workspace where you manage users, you manage groups, you manage roles, or these are the admin roles, and you also manage the like billing and or anything related to Google Workspace. You manage here, even license like your Gmail license, everything you will manage it from here. This is the one portal. Another portal you can see, you simply just like if you click here and if you log into this particular user, any user accounts.google.com, myaccount.google.com, you can see here when you click, this is an end user account. This is not let's say if I logged in with employee 01, yeah, this is end user account where you can see all your all the access that you have, your mail, your maps, your news, every access you can see it here, like documents, drive. So in Google Workspace, we have a two portal. One portal is manage everything like user, groups, device, roles, and another portal is end user portal. Just like you can access your drive, your Gmail, your email, your documents, your teams there. So this is how we segregated two different portals in Google Workspace. Any questions here? This is a little bit confusing, but keep in mind that that is our objective. It's like in AWS, your maximum objective can be to become a admin or master root admin on master account, right? Now you have only access on some of the resources, all the resources which is part of that organization. But in GCP side, your objective is not just to compromise Google Cloud project or resources. Your objective is to compromise admin, like super admin, and have access on this particular portal. Why? In that case, you can access any user's email, you can access any user documents, you can even reset the password, you can do much more things there. So that is our another objective in our Google Workspace or during the RedTeam assessment of Google Cloud. If your organization is using, a Google Workspace for their, emails or any other purpose, like for drives, for Teams, Meet, and all this purpose. So that then this is an important, areas where threat actor are looking towards here. Just like if you're aware about Uber hack happened, right? If you know that how this, I'm not discussing about how the hack has happened, but their objectives. So you can see if in their screenshot you found that they posted some of the screenshot of this portal. Why? Because if you have access on this portal, that means you are an admin on Google Workspace. Based on what privilege is assigned to you, that's a separate thing. But if you have access on this portal, so you can see everything. You can even extend the license, create or generally what they can do, they can even dump the, there are different in Google Workspace there are different ways there. Without resetting the password, you can even view the email, actual emails conversation there. So if you have access, so that's our objective is to have access on this particular portal there. Okay, any questions here? And you understand what roles is used for this particular only to managing these objects. Object means these directory objects, these devices, application here. Okay, anybody have any questions here? Because this is the area where you have to look it there. And one of the constraint here is only admin can access this portal. So just like you cannot enumerate how many users are there directly without having the access on this portal. But there are some of tricks are there. So suppose if you want to see all users, yeah, important questions here is, we know that only admin can access this portal. Let's see if I remove this employee, 1 second, let's see. If I remove this user, unassign this user from admin role, let me unassign this role here. Just give me 1 minute if you are accessing it. And if you log in, suppose if you log in with admin, this is there in admin.google.com. This is a portal. And if you log in with your this credential employee 01, yeah, federation has happened. And once you authenticate, because you are not an admin, you can see you have to sign as a administrator, because I already removed this admin from the sorry, employee 01 as an admin role, so you cannot access it. Only admin can access it, this portal. So if you are a part of any of the admin groups, so these are the roles, admin roles are there. If you are part of any admin role, so you can create your custom role as well. If you are part of these roles, you can access it. Very simple. You can go for, so suppose if you want to reset the password, a lot of things are there, you just explore it. So you can go here in directory, you can see all the users, you can click it and you can reset the password. But you should require help desk admin or super admin to do these operations there. And once you reset, there are two way to check the email address. One way is when you reset the password, uh, you can use the same credential to authenticate to the mail.google.com. There are a few other scenario as well, which is mainly used for for forensic purpose. If some incident is happen, what forensics, so how they can identify the mails and all these things. So there are different way as well. Third one is, we'll see that one as well. Third one is, suppose if you compromise a Google Cloud project, not workspace, how you can laterally move to the how you can laterally move to Google Cloud project to Google Workspace. There are ways we can also see in our next sections, like when you do RedTeam assessment there. That's called domain-wide delegations. So that means they will allow service account to access any user email address, any user email address. If you have a domain-wide delegation permissions, you can use the service account, or you can use service account which is part of Google Cloud project or GCP, to view any user email address if you have a right permission. We will also see in our next attack sections. Now we know that okay, so you can only see these things, right? Only admin can see users, or only admin see the groups. But during red team operation, if you don't have admin, how you can view these information? You are not able, you are not enumerate these things. But there are some of the tricks are there if your organization is configured like this. So suppose if you want to see all the users, you have to use option like contacts.google.com, contacts.google.com. And if you click on directory, even if you don't have, let's see, I logged in as a normal user, employee 01, and if you click on directory, you can view all the user information here. So this is the trick. Generally we use it during the team operations to enumerate users there, because by default user and group information is only available in this portal, and only admin can access this portal. So suppose if you are a normal user in your organizations, you don't have admin permission on Google Workspace, still you are able to see all the users which is part of there. And we built one tools there. You can use that tool which is there in GitHub. You can use this tool to dump these credentials there, sorry, these user information or user informations there. Because here we have only 10-15 user account. If you have a 1,000, 10,000, 50,000 user account, you can use that tool to dump all the users, for your further reference purpose, or for your next operations. You don't require, even you don't require user admin or Google Workspace admin permissions to view this information. Similar, I think, is there in groups as well. So there are, so let me share this one, contacts. You can get the information of users if you want. So you can see, if you want to see the groups, you can use groups.google.com. With a normal user, you can view all users, you can view all the groups there. So suppose if I use normal user credentials, you are able to view. So these are the tricks. Generally we use it in our, when you are specific on Google Workspace side. So all the groups you can see, and you can also see these groups have a this similar email address, similar like we have a user account. Okay, any questions here? No? Okay, so this is how you can enumerate these two things without having or without having the admin access. So these are the trick you can use it. Now let's move. We understand Google Cloud Identity. Yeah, that's Cloud Identity and Google Workspace are hosted there in the same portal. So this is a portal. Sorry, this portal is, if you are using Cloud Identity, it's just like a license difference. If you are using Cloud Identity, which is also there in the same portal, if you are not using Workspace means if you are not using Google Mail service. In that case, also you can still have access on this portal, and which is belongs to Cloud Identity in that case. Okay, now let's move to the Google Cloud Platform. So we'll go for a 10-minute breaks, I think, and then we'll start GCP, how the fundamentals, how GCP look like, how hierarchy are there. Just like in AWS, we have a multiple hierarchy. GCP also follow some sort of hierarchy there. So we'll discuss that one. So before going to short break, anybody have any questions here? No, I think then we'll go for a short break. Let me know if you have any questions. Okay, so let's start with Google Cloud Platform. Anybody have any questions? Google Workspace side, just let me know. Otherwise, we are going to start with GCP. Okay, so you can see it here. Google Cloud Platform or GCP is completely different than Google Workspace, which is mainly used to creating a resource. So it's similar like an our AWS. You can create a multiple resources here. Okay, one of the important point here is like in similar like AWS, we have a region, we have a zone, we have APIs. That is also important here. So you can directly invoke these APIs, and you can even without using any CLI or without using portal access, you can do a lot of stuff there. Okay. Now the important point come into picture here is how the hierarchies look like in GCP. Just like in AWS, we have our one account. Inside that account, we have multiple regions and we can create the resources. If it's a regional resources, we can create on region specific. If it's a global, resource means there's no region specific, you can create a global resource. But in GCP and Azure, they follow a proper hierarchy where you actually organize your resource. So suppose if you want to, you can see in the topmost is called your organization's topmost is called your company. That means your organization's company name abc.com. In our case, we have atomic-nuclear.com. Inside the this particular company name, we can create a multiple folders. For multiple folders can be like for department wise. These are the optional things, but we can use it to manage this folder. Actual things come into picture is called project. So project is the security boundary here in GCP. Project is similar like in AWS account. It's a one entity which we use it in our GCP. Inside the project, you can create a multiple resources. So and folder we use to manage or to organize these projects there. So you can see in the portal, then you will get an idea how it's look like. So suppose if you log into, let's log into this one. This is the first UI look like for this one. When you click here, you can see there is one drag and drop option is there. You can see like this, and when you click on all, this is the hierarchy. You can see it here. The topmost is called organizations that we saw here in our this case. The topmost organizations means the company unique domain name. Just like same thing we have in AD. Here we have a same unique name. Unique name means your domain name. So you can see our domain is atomic nuclear. Inside that we have a folders, and inside the folder we have projects. So folder, it can be optional. So you directly have a project that link to your organizations, or you don't need to create a folders as well. So it's completely optional. But to organize, if you have hundreds of projects, how you organize those projects? Just like in our Active Directory environment, we will create a OUs, right? Organization unit. Similar like we can create a folders here in a Google Cloud project site. Okay, and sorry, we can create a folder, and inside the folder we can have a project here. This is the hierarchy look like. When you click on, so you have to choose the options where you want to perform the action. So if you want to perform the action on organizations wide, you can click it. You can see organization wide all the resources which is there. But the actual resource means actual virtual machines, storage. The end resource will be part of project only. So suppose if I go in this particular project, if you go like you can click here, you'll go staging. If you click on staging project, then you can see the, if you want to see the virtual machines, let's go here. Compute engine, it's called compute engine here, and you can see the virtual machines. This virtual machine is part of this project, but if you want to see virtual machine which is part of any other project, you have to click that project. Like here I selected this project, you can select that project. There is no virtual machine in that project. So this is how the we can switch in our portal. This is how it's look like. Now important point here is how this identity and access management work. Right? So before that, okay, yeah, I think before that, you can see there is one more resource. It's basically a resource. So service account is work as a resource as well as a identity. That means service account we created on a project specific. It's not a organization wide. It's a project specific. So each and every project we can create a multiple service account. Similar like a user account are company wide, organization wide. So that means the user account you can create it on organization level, but service account are the project specific. It's a project wide, so each and every project can have a multiple service accounts there. Okay, so in this case, suppose if you go here and if you click here and if you see IAM, when you click service account here, you can see all the service account which is part of this project. So these are the service account which is part of this project. If you want to see service account on any other project like staging project, you can click it. So these are the service account. So this is our service account that we use it. These are the service account is a basically resource as well as identity in Google Cloud. Identity means you can use service account to authenticate. Resource means these are the resources that we created inside the project here. So you can delete these resources. User account is a company wide. So that's the main difference here. Now, if you go for a organizations, you won't see in service account because service account are project specific. So you have to go for this project and you have to, particular project and you have to see the service account. Okay. Now, one of the important pictures coming to place here is there are two type of service account. One is user managed service account and second one is default service account. What is the difference between these two things? Simply difference is just like in AWS we have a roles, right? Role. Similar like a role in GCP we have a default service account, or we can say we have a service account. But service account can use outside of your Google Cloud platform or within the Google Cloud platform. That means you can attach service account to a resource or you can use outside of your Google Cloud. But in AWS case, if you are within the Google AWS cloud, you have to use the role that you can attach to a resource. If you are outside of uh, AWS cloud and if you want programmatic access, you have to create a programmatic access from your user account only. It's not part of your your role as well. So that's the main difference here is. Now you can see default service account. That means if you create any resource, by default service account will attach to that resource. User managed service account, you can go and you can create directly service account there. So how you can find the differentiate here? So if you click on any project, let's say suppose I click on this project, you can see there are 3 4, these are the default service account. And the difference is in default service account you won't find IAM as a prefix here in default service account. So this is a default service account. So suppose if you create a VM, it will automatically attach a service account to a VM by default. In AWS, you have to create a role, then you have to attach this role to a VM. By default, there will be no role attached to any EC2 instance. But in GCP, by default, if you create a VM, by default they will create a default service account and they will attach to your computer instance. That's the major difference here is in AWS and GCP here. And you can see this is a service account for App Engine. This is a service account for compute. So these are the default service account. If you won't found IAM within the service account, that means it's a default service account. If you found IAM, that means it's a custom or user managed service account. Okay, so yeah, this is how the main difference come into picture here is. Now in our case, we have a user managed service account. The key that we have, just like the key that, so yeah, just delete that one. Key that we have, gcloud auth list, is basically user managed service account. Simply just by looking for the, you can see this is the pattern, this is a prefix we follow as a user managed service account, GCP follow. Okay, now let's move this one because in the next section we'll see how exactly we can misuse those service accounts. Now we already discussed about this thing, like how this identity and how you can see the service accounts just by looking. Uh, you can see for this particular project, you can see all the service accounts here, some of the default and some of the user managed service account. You can also see the key, so you can click that service account and you can view the keys. Key means the credentials that belong to that service account. As I remember, we can create up to 10 key in Google Cloud project. Okay, that's okay. Now let's start how identity and access management works. How you can assign the permissions to a user account or to a service account so they can access the resource in GCP. Okay, if you remember in AWS, what happened? We can create a user or we can create a role. We can create a policy where we contain all the permission and we can attach to a role to a user or group. In GCP and Azure, it's completely different than AWS. Why? You can see, it here. The role management work like this. So suppose you have a member, means employee, you have a role. Here the role is different than AWS role. Role means, here the role is means set of permissions. In AWS, role is where you can attach to resource, or you can have a federated identity there. But in this case, role is similar like in AWS we have a policy. Policy contains set of permission. In GCP, role contains set of permissions. Okay, you can attach this particular role to this member and you can apply to resources of GCP. Again, I'm repeating, it's little bit confusing. So you have a role. Role means the set of permissions. What is the permission allowed to you? You can attach this role to a member, and then you can specify to the GCP resources. That means you cannot directly attach a role or permissions to identity. Identity means a user account or service account. Very simple. In AWS, when you go, you identify that what sort of permission I have in AWS. Very simple. You can check your policy and you identify what permissions you have. In GCP, if you have a user, you don't know what sort of permissions you have. You have to go each and every resource. These are the resources, like your organization folder project. You have to go each and every resource and you have to check what sort of permissions you have in this particular resource. How does it work? And let me give you an example so you will get idea. Very simple. Suppose this case, if I select resource as a organization, if you want to see their resource policy, you will go and you will click on IAM. Here you can see who have what sort of permissions in this particular resource. So you can see this employee have a browser access on this particular resource. This user have these role on this particular resource. So very simple. This is the identity. These are the roles, and this is the resource. So this is how we can define the permissions there. Just by having this employee 01, you don't know what sort of permissions you have. So you have to go each and every resource individually. This time we're looking for organizations. If you go for projects, you can click on that project and you can see their IAM permissions here. Okay, so in this case, project, this user have, employee user have, just like if you click here, let's see, if you click on organizations, your employee user have only browser on organization level, only browser per role. But if you click on this particular project, your employee have a browser role along with viewer role. So browser role is inherited from your organizations, and viewer you added here in this particular project. So that means all the roles that you added on the topmost node, when this node will be inherited to the all the child node here. So that's the beauty, or we can say that's the difference between AWS and Azure or GCP. Azure and GCP follow resource-based policy. AWS follow identity-based policy. That's why in AWS and Azure and GCP, you have to apply permissions on resource level, but in AWS you can directly apply to a user level. Yeah, correct. We'll talk about roles is there, but you understand how this permission look like, right? You can see, you can go each and every resource and you can see what sort of permissions anybody have. You can see this employee have a, this user have these two permissions on this particular project, this project. And the one permission is inherited from the top node, one permission is there. But what exactly role is there? So when you click here, click on the role side, there are three type of roles in GCP. One is basic role, where GCP, just like in AWS, we have a managed or we can say, what we can say is managed policies, right? Here we have a three type of role. One role is called basic role, just like your basic role means your reader, your viewer, and I'll just click here. If you go here, if you provide a permissions to user, so you have to specify whom you want to provide a permissions, and here you can see the roles. So these are the basic roles: browser, editor, viewer, reader. These are the basic roles here. Viewer, reader, owner. Topmost role is owner. Owner have a full access on Google Cloud project. This particular project, owner have a full permissions. So owner means it's contain a set of permissions. We'll see how we can look for permissions, but these are the role we can directly define. No need to specify each and every permission separately. So Google created these role, basic role they created. Topmost role is owner. After that we have editor. Editor means editor cannot assign a role assignment to any identity. They can do similar things like owner, but they cannot do role assignment. And then we have a reader, then we have a browser, and then we have a reader, then we have a viewer, and then we have a browser. So this is the hierarchy we want to see. Apart from basic role, we have some predefined role. Suppose if you want to have an owner, that means you have full permissions. You can create any VMs, you can delete any VMs. But if you have a if you're looking for any specific VM admin, you can also go for a predefined role there. And third one is custom role. You can create on your own role there. Okay, we'll see that one. So now you can see, if you're looking for the role, you can see their inheritance there. Here, suppose this particular service account, they have these two permissions on this particular project only, because you cannot see there is inheritance happening there. But in other case, you can see the inheritance happening here. And where is exactly inheritance happening? From organization node. So this is how you can see the inheritance. In this particular case, there is no inheritance, but other case you can see the inheritance. And actually, from where this inheritance is happened, organization level, folder level, project level, so you can see the inheritance here. Okay, so this is how we can define the role there. Now, if you want to look for actual permissions in that role, you can go role. We'll see the in CLI as well, but just this is give you the better idea if you don't have idea. So let's go for any roles. Click on honor role. When you click on this role, when you click here, you can see all the permissions. There are these many permissions are there for this particular role. Okay, and if you click for roles, so this is how the role we can define here. Editor, which have lesser permissions than owner. You can see it's have only 6,400, and there we have a 7,000 around. If you're looking for a reader, which only have a read only, right? Or you can see view. Sometime it's happened. Yeah, these many permissions are there. So, and you can also see the custom role here. just like a role type. If I see custom role, these are the role that we define. We created the role and we can specify the permission according to our requirement. So we have a basic role, that means a large set of permissions are there, basic role. Then we have a predefined role, some specific permissions, and you can create your custom role as well. But role assignment is happening only on resource side. So if I ask you what sort of employee 01 have a permissions, you have to go each and every resource and you have to check the permissions there. Okay. So any questions in this point of view? The same thing. Any questions here? Now let's do, I think we already discussed that one. Let's do some enumerations there. So you will get an idea without, because portal is very simple, but CLI is how you understand all this point. It's little tricky here. Okay, so suppose you logged in. Let's make it say EMP01 as active account. Now all the actions will be taken by on behalf of employee 01. See, this should be your conditions. Star asterisk will be there in front of your employee account. Okay, now what we don't know what sort of permission we have. We don't have any information. How we can start it? So first and topmost, first the enumeration style is to check from the topmost resource. Topmost resource is called organizations. Just check how many organizations we have access. Like in AWS, we can see the policies, but here it's a resource-based policy. So you have to check the resource. You don't know what exactly permission you have. So first check the organizations. So I'm just 1 second. I think I'll just create one whiteboard for you. Just a second. Okay, now let's start. So what we are going to do, we have one user. We have one user called employee 01 that we compromise. Now, other hand, we have a GCP. So topmost we have is called organization. This is the topmost. Now let's check how many organizations we have access. So how do we check it? So let's use this one. If we have access or not. If we have access, then only we will get a result. Otherwise, we will get an access denied. So please keep in mind that if you do RedTeam assessment and if you do these things, you will get a lot of access denied if you don't have a permission, if you try to access it. Just like in AWS, we already aware that what sort of permission we have. So we won't try to do the things that we don't supposed to allow. But here we don't know. So we have to do hit and trial method. In that case, please keep in mind that you have to take some time to do this, all access denied permissions. So let's see. First, we can use G-Cloud organizations. So let's take a example here is, let's copy, or first one we are going to check it's how many organizations do we have access. You can have access on multiple organizations. Yeah. So you can see at present I have access on this organization and this is the ID of this organizations. So let's say, okay, this is access you have in this organization. So let's very simple. Let's say the organization's ID is, this is the organizations that I have access it, and the name of this organization is Atomic Nuclear dot site. Very simple. Now we have access, but what access do you have? How we can check it? We have to check their IAM policy. Very simple. Use organizations get IAM policy, and then you have to specify the organization ID here. Let me paste it. All these things are in our Discord. Please keep in mind, this is the step you have to follow it. Even if you use the automated tool, they will do the same thing in the backend. But why we are not, suggest to use automated tool? Because if you don't have access, there will be hundreds of, unauthorized access error you will get it. So blue team can flag this one if you don't have access and you're trying to access that resource, because you don't know what access you have. This will, now let's copy this, let's run it. Yeah, you can see this particular user doesn't have a permissions to get the IAM policy on this particular organization. That's why you can see you don't have this particular permissions. If you create a custom role and if you allow this permission, this on organization level, this user are able to view their IAM policy. Okay, so doesn't have it. So that's why we are not suggest to use automated tool. Otherwise, you will get this kind of lot of error there. Now we don't know what sort of permission we have organization level. No, we don't have any idea. Now what we can do? If you don't know about permission, but you know that you have access on these organizations. The next step, what we'll do, we'll go and we'll see. You will go here and you will see if there is any folders are there or not. The second step, what we are going to check is folder access. So inside this organizations, let's take it this one. This is the organization. Let's see the folder if you have a folder access or not. How do you do that? So you can use this command. How many folders are there in that organization? So if you have a permission, then only you are able to see. Otherwise, you won't. Gcloud Resource Manager folder list. And folder are optional, but generally large organization or medium organization are using. Small organization, they generally don't use folder, but large organization, they have hundreds of projects. In that case, they use the folders. So it's better to check the folders. Now we are okay. So now you can see there are two folders are there: staging and productions. Two folders are there within the organizations. Okay, so now what we can do, I'll just put it in Discord. If you have a slide access, you can directly copy paste from there. If don't, I'll just paste it in our Discord. Okay, now we can see we have access on two different folders. We don't know how, so this is how we can design their architecture organizations. So this is a staging. This is also a folder. This is a production. Now this particular user have access on this particular organizations, but permissions we don't know. So IAM policy, we don't know what sort of permissions we have. Now let's check what sort of permissions we have in each and every folder. This folder as well as this folder. This is how you can check it. This is how the you have to follow it. Now let's go here and you can use list folder. So instead of list, you can use apply the command get IAM policy. And this is the folder ID. I think we can use, let me check the command. Yeah, you have to specify the folder ID. This is the ID of your staging folder. You don't have access. Let's check permission. You don't know, but you have access on this folder. So if you don't know the permissions, you will only get a list of permissions if you have this access. Get IAM policy on folder level, organization level. Then only you can retrieve it. What sort of permissions you have and others have on this particular folder or particular resource. Let's check if you have something on productions. No. So very simple. Let's draw this thing. You don't know what IAM permissions you have and others have. Not only you, but others have, because you will get all the list of this thing. IAM, you don't know. Now, let's see the projects. You can also design these architectures. Let's see the projects. List project. Okay, now you can see you have access on these two projects. One is your this project. This is the project ID, project name, and project number. This is the project ID, project name, and project number. So now I know that you can also get the so there is a command reference. You can also get which project is linked to which folder as well. So let's take example here. So we have access on one project. This is a project. Let's say this is a project. You'll also get this one, so no worries about this one. So let's say this is a the project name is let me copy from here, is the staging project and production project. So let's just assume here this is a staging project and this is a prod project. Okay, now again what you have to do it, you have to check what sort of permissions this user have on this project as well as this particular project. Same thing, you have to do each and every resource. There is no specific way you can do it. And even if you to use a tool, so you have to do these things. So now let's simply use, instead of list, use get IAM policy, and then you have to specify the project ID. Oh, in this case, I'm able to view the IAM policy, and it will give the information about not only your user, but all the policy everybody have on this particular project, or this particular project. So this is just I enable auditing. That's why you are seeing here. It's not useful. Now let's start with here. So you can see this particular service account have this particular role on this project. This particular service account have this role. This and now let's go for our user. Where is employee 01? So let's check. Yeah, you can see our user have a viewer permission on this project. So we get to know that there can be multiple role attached to this user. So you can see that this is called role binding. You can get the information about role binding here. So now you know that this user have a, what is IAM policy we have? We have a viewer access. Viewer access on this particular project. Now let's see about another project, what sort of permissions we have. This is a first project ID. Go for another project ID. You can copy it from here. Just a sec. Too much of information. So let's copy this production project ID. If you have access, you can see. Yeah, you have access. And you have also access to list the IAM policy. That means get the IAM policy. If you don't have a get the IAM policy permissions, you won't be able to list this. So now in this case, let's see employee 01 have any sort of permissions here. So this is service account. Let's see if you have service account, this one, no, this user, and this part. So one thing you noted that you directly don't have a directly attached permissions here, and so how we are able to retrieve this IAM policy? There is a possibility that you have a permissions on root node, means either you have a permissions you assign this permission on organization level or folder level. And I think gcloud CLI, as far as I know, doesn't allow us to check the inherited permissions there. So you have to call the API to check this one. I think there's no, as of now, because we tried it, you are not able to see the inheritance permission here. In this case, you don't have directly permissions here on this project, but there is a possibility that you have a permissions on organization level, or you have a permissions on, or you specify this one on folder level or organization level. That's why you are able to get this one. Okay, so inheritance can be possible, but directly no. So in this case, we don't know what we have, but it's like we have a things on inherited. Inherited can be happen on this level or this level. That's why you are able to view the IAM policy of this one, because you have a permission on here or here. I think gcloud CLI as of now not supported inherited one. So I think you have to use the API to call the API to get the inherited permissions there, or you can use the portal to see this one. Okay, any questions? So this is how we identify what sort of permission. Now let's focus on one project. Let's focus on this particular things. Inside that, one second. What next we are going to enumerate it. Let's focus on this project. Now second, generally now we have a resources. Let's say resources means we'll check the VMs and their permissions. The most important point, we will check the service account. Service account. Now let's check how many service account do you have in this project. Okay, so let me open a new tab. Now list of service account within that project. You can specify the project as well, project ID. If you not, it will take the default project. So these many service account are there in this particular projects. So you can see you have service account A, you can have a service account B, SAB, you have a service account C. All the service account you have, you can get it here, right? Now you can see the service account, but service account itself is a resource. You can see these are the default service account where you don't have IAM within this service account name, email address. These are the custom service account that user created and user specify the permissions. So only the difference is default service account, Google will manage the key, credential, rotation, everything. But for user or custom service account, you have to manage, you have to create a key, you have to responsible for rotate the key. Yeah, that's the main difference. And second point is when you create a resource, by default they will add the default service account. But you have options, you can remove that one and you can add your own custom service account there. Permission wise, it will be same. You can add the permissions to default service account, or you can add the permissions to the custom service account. Now, what next we are looking here? So we already know all these are the resources in GCP. Okay, now again the questions this will be the same. So now if you just need to check what sort of permissions you have in this service account, what sort of permissions you have in this service account, because service account itself is a resource. So other permissions, just like viewer permission will be inherited. So viewer permissions will be inherited. So you have a view only access on this one because inherited. You have a view only access on this one because it's inherited. You have a v. So all the permissions are inherited, and you have a viewer permissions on this one. But now we are looking for the what exactly you have permission on this service account. So you'll go now. What we need to do? We know the service account. Now let's go here and see the IAM. So you just need to simply specify get IAM policy. Okay, and then you have to specify the service account name. Let's say if I specify dev service account, if you have permission on dev service account. No, that means you don't have any specific permissions, but you have a, let's see if you have some sort of HPro service account. Inherited will be there, but specific you don't have. Nobody have even. Means nobody have. Otherwise you will get a, if you will get access denied, you will see directly access denied, but if there is no permission, you will get a response like this. So if you don't have you just check if you have something on there. No. Now let's do one thing. Let's go here, any of the service account, and let's assign some permissions. So you will get an idea how it's look like. So first we'll go for the service account that you can see here. Suppose let's click on EMP service account. Let's assign some permissions. So you will assign, you will assign employee 01. What permission you will assign? Let's see. You can assign the permissions. You can assign the basic role. Let you can become an owner, viewer. Let's say you are an owner. Yeah, and save it. Now again, let's check. Let's check for this service account. And in this case, you can see this particular user have a, so if it belongs to you, you can identify that this particular user have a owner permission on this service account, specific to this service account, not any other service account, but all inherited permissions will be inherited to all the resources, but this is just specific permissions. So in this means, suppose here, this is, we can say, this is service account called, we can say employee 00. This is employee 00 service account, and this user have employee 01 user have what IAM policy have owner permissions on only on this service account. Viewer will be inherited, and this is how we can define the permissions. So this is how, even if you to use tool, they will also do the same thing here. So from RedTeam point of view, one of the advantage we can take it, that by mistaken, if somebody assigns, suppose somebody assign some permissions like VM permissions, VM admin permissions on organization level. Suppose this user have a VM admin permissions on organization level. That means you have a VM admin on all the VMs within the organizations. You can create, you can delete the VM, you can get the, you can generate a token, you can do any action on all the VMs within the organizations, not only the project but organization as well. So what generally in our previous team assessment, we found that during the role assignment, by default they will assign the permissions on project level. So suppose you have a two VMs, one is for production, one is for staging in the same project only. Instead of assigning the permission directly to the VM, they can assign directly to the project level. And if you have permission on project level, permission will be inherited to all the VMs. That means you have permissions on all the VMs which is there in the project. So that's the advantage, a threat from the red team point of view. We can take advantage of this particular misconfiguration here. Best practice always we suggest to assign a permissions on a specific resource level, not on the root node or parent node, or only on a specific assign the permission on a specific resource or child node. But disadvantage here is like you have to check each and every resource individually to get these permissions. And if you don't have a get IAM policy permission, you won't be able to view this particular role binding here. So you just assume that you have a permission. You have to do hit and trial, and you in that case you will get a lot of access denied error. Okay, so this is how GCP have identity and access management here. Now you can also see the roles. If you want to see the permissions within the role, you can also get this one. So like same we did it in our using portal. You just specify roles and suppose honor the role name, and you have to specify the organization ID. So yeah, honor have hundreds of permissions here. So you can see all the permissions within a role. Role can be a custom role, predefined role, or basic role. Okay, this is how you can get actual permissions. It's similar like in AWS we did it. Manage policy, inline policy. When you want to see the actual, so you can use get role or get the actual permissions in that particular policy. Same, we know the role, but if you want to actually see the, because organization they created their own custom roles there. So you have to check the permissions in that custom role. This is how you can see the permissions there. Okay, I think that's all from fundamental side, for identity and access management side. Now we'll start for actual red team operations. Meanwhile, if you have any questions, any queries, please let me know. Otherwise, we'll go for a short break, 15 minutes of break, and then we'll start. Meanwhile, I'll just start the lab, and then we'll do a proper red team operation. We'll see different kind of attacks there. But these are the things you should require to know: how you get the permissions, how you get the rules, how you get a lot of things. And then we'll go for a how you can create, how you can perform red team operations with OSINT to data exfiltrations there. Okay, so yeah, any questions here? I think we'll go for a 15 minutes break. I'll be back. Meanwhile, I'll just start the lab. So I think we'll go 15-minute break and we'll be back. Okay, so let's start with actual red team operations. Uh, but before that, if anybody have any query, questions, any doubt, enumerations, fundamental part of Google Cloud, because from here we will start our red team operation. So we'll see how we can use, how we can retrieve those information, and how we can misuse those things to perform our operations. Okay, so now let's start. Okay, so now similar like we already discussed about the fundamental. Now when you do a red team operation on pen testings in Google Cloud environment, what is, these are the three things we discussed. The first thing is the methodology. From what sort of methodology you discuss, then what is your objective, and how you can perform each and every techniques, tactics there to achieve your objective. So similar like we discussed for AWS, Azure, and GCP, any other cloud provider, we follow these two methodology. One is from MITRE attack framework, their metrics, and second one is we use inbuilt our own attack flow. So this is the, just like we discussed yesterday, these are the generic things, but you can take take some of the information from here to simulate a different adversaries, how the adversary did this thing. So you can also do the same thing there. The same case we have, like for every cloud providers, we follow the same methodology, because it is techniques you will change it, but the methodology will be the same. Okay, now, yeah, the important point coming to picture is what is your objective is. That's really important, because in red team operations, we first decide the objective. In AWS, your objective is to become a administrator on AWS account, or admin or root access on AWS organizations, means master account, or exfiltrate the informations and do a lot of things there. GCP is slightly different in here. The one point we have is to become a organization administrator. When you're talking about organization administrator, means you have the organization resources in GCP. GCP we say the GCP resources. We have organizations. We have so basically there are two scenarios. One is to compromise Google Cloud projects or compromise Google Workspace. So if you want to compromise Google Cloud project, first you have to compromise the project. So you have to be have an owner on that project. Then you have to compromise the organization. So you can compromise all the project within that organizations. That's part of Google Cloud project. Now other part is called Google Workspace, where you have to become a super admin. You can reset the password. You can do much more things there in Workspace side. These are the three objectives generally Toffee follow. Then we have exfiltrate some of the data. Data can be anywhere. Data can be in your Google Workspace, Google Drive, or which is there in Google Cloud Project database or stories. Performing or simulating ransomware or crypto mining simulations, and have access on mailbox, drives, and much more things there in Google Workspace side. Okay, so now let's do some operations. Let's start with OSINT, and then we'll do some sort of operations. Now in this case, so you can see this is our flow. I'll also create let me close this one. Yeah, I'll also create a flow here. So let me remove this one. So this will give you a better clarity. Okay, now let's click. So what you can see in this screen, this particular slide, this is a threat actor. How the threat actor can use the publicly available information to get access to the Google Cloud and become the owner on one of the projects there. Same fundamental, we can use it to become a organization administrator there. Now in this case, our objective is to first enumerate some of the information which is there in Awesome. Just like yesterday, we saw how we can use cloud enum to enumerate like the subdomain that map to or the keyword that is used in a different cloud services here. In this case, we are going to enumerate about suppose there is organizations, they do have a lot of things in their source code repository in GitHub. What you can do, you can enumerate their, a lot of credentials are leaked there. Service account credentials are leaked there for because developer, they hard coded this credential in their application, they push it to your GitHub. So you lot of time you will see, you will found AWS access key, Azure service principal, and GCP service account key there. So now let's start do the operations. So we know that the first and important, so let's start one by one. First, we are doing the ascent. We know the organization name, Atomic Nuclear. Now let's check their GitHub profile, use some tool and do this thing. So what we are going to do it, just a second. I use my system. Sorry, not this one. I think not this one, just a second. Okay, so now, yeah, here. Now we are using utility code git leaks. So if you go for their GitHub repo, this is a GitHub repo. So what it does, it will, so this is you can see the tool, which will check your GitHub or your source code which is available, which is publicly accessible, to see if there are any leaked credentials is available there or not. Okay, now in this case, what we are going to do, we are going to enumerate if any leaked key that belongs to GitHub for this particular organizations, if they have any leaked key or not. So in this case, what we are going to do, let's do one thing. Let's use this command. Let's follow step by step. I'm using git leak here, and let's specify here. So git leak, then you have to specify detect, and then specify the your suppose Atomic Nuclear have this particular repository. You have to specify the repository here and GitHub, and let's see if there are any leaked credentials available there in GitHub or not. So that will do automatically for you. So let's run this one. It will take some time. And yeah, so if you, here is just a small repository, but if you are a large repository, you must try to it. If you do external pen testing on cloud environment or RedTeam assessment, this is the tool that you must use to check if they have any leaked credential in their repository or their developer repository. Any leaked credentials are there. You just need to specify the repository name, and this will work. So here you can see you have one key they identify is AWS secret key. So you can see another key. If you see like this one, SP client ID client secret, that means these keys belongs to Azure. And if you see like private certificate like this in JSON format, the file in JSON format, that means you can see this key is belongs to GCP. So this is the fundamental. This is for AWS. If you see like this, the pattern, if you see SP client ID client secret is belongs to Azure, or if you see like private key and in JSON format, that definitely that belongs to Google Cloud. Okay, any questions here? So we identify the key, or you can directly go there and you can have the key. So this is how you identify. You can even download the key there. So let's me to copy this, and let's copy in a private, and you can see we know that okay, these are the key are there. JSON file and all this thing. Let's go and let's check here. So you identify these things. You can see there is one key called tab. This is a key. You can use it. I'll just sharing this one. Download this key. You can see the same pattern. Just by looking for the key, you can see the pattern here. This key belongs to this particular service account, and we have the private certificate there. So let me download this key. So this is the key I've downloaded. I will save it to my desktop. Yeah, we already have the same key. So yeah. Okay. So what we did it, we did async with a repository on GitHub, and we identify there is a leaked key. So this repository contains service account key, GCP service account key. And this has happened in the even in the real world scenario as well. The same thing, same operations you can do, you will identify these things here. Okay, now what we do next, let's use this key. Let me know if you face any issues. Please keep in mind that we have to complete this lab during this time frame only, otherwise it won't be available. So if any questions or any issues you have just let me know. So let's go to our desktop, and how we can use the key. So we already know that you have to use command gcloud auth activate service account, and key file name is dev, and let's see. Yeah, you can see it's authenticated. So we identify the key. We just only know the organization name. We identify the key which is there in their GitHub repository. We downloaded it and we use it. So we got the initial access on organization's GCP account. So initial access, we got the initial access using service account key, dev service account key. That means key seems like belongs to developer. So dev service account key. Okay. Now what will be your next step? Next step is to enumerate what sort of permissions this dev have. So enumeration we have to do. First enumerate what sort of permission this service account key have, because you don't know, you just have, maybe they do have a permission or not. So first check gcloud auth list. If you are in active state, yes you are. Now let's enumerate one by one. So what we are going to do enumerate is, let's first check if you have access on organization level. So let me remove the other one, other two. Let me remove it, so you will just have access on this one. Let me remove other one. Just give me 1 minute so it won't be any confusion otherwise. Let me first select this one, or let me revoke all gcloud auth revoke all, and let's see, as of now no account, and let's activate again. Okay, so you can see, yeah. Okay, now what we are going to do is next is we first check what sort of access do we have. Let's check the organization level, gcloud No, let's check the projects list. So you can see you have access on one project called, this is the project ID. Let's see what sort of permissions you have. And if you want to, and then project ID. You can see all the IAM policy on this project. Let me, okay, I'll just use this flag. Just a second, I just use this flag. So you can only see the information about that service account. Just give me 1 minute. One second, where it is. So you can see all the information, but I'm just looking for one flag. So you can only get the information of its specific service account. Okay, so you can use this flag here. So now you can see you will get all IAM policy, what others have permissions. First check what you have permissions. So in this case, you can use same command and you can specify this particular flag where you specify service account. So it will give the information IAM policy on only for this particular service account as well. So what is our service account name? This is our service account name. This is DAO. And let's check. So you can see we have a reader. This service account have a reader permission on this particular project. So by enumerating, we identify that this service account have a reader on project level. Okay, so that you can check it from here as well. RDAV service account, but here you can use this filter. So I'll just sharing this filter with you. If you want, you just change the user account with service account. And you can also get the same information from here. Let's go, where is the reader role? Yeah, so you can see, but if you use this flag, you will only get the information about this one. Now what next? What actually we are looking for next is, okay, so now let's move next. We identify, we get the initial access, we enumerated what sort of permissions we have. Now you have a read-only permission on everything. Now second step that's come into a picture and that's required is to first check how many service accounts are there. You enumerated, you have access on this one. Now what you are going to enumerate is there any service account that you have other access? So let's enumerate all the service accounts there. How you can do that? Like gcloud IAM service account list. So these are the service account that you have. And any questions, any confusion till here? These are the steps you have to follow each and every assessment. First, you do OSINT, then the enumeration side, how you can actually enumerate it. First, you check what sort of access you have. You are on project, organization level, folder level, and project level. Once you're done with the project, next resource you have to enumerate is service account for sure. Because if you have access on service account, you can do much more things there. So first enumerate the resource as a service account, and then see IAM policy. So you can see these are the service accounts are there. Now let's see the IAM policy for each and every service account, if you have any sort of access. So let's take an HPRIV service account. If any policy is there, no. Let's take an example of admin service account. And here you can see the informations. Your developer service account have this particular role on this particular service account. That means we have a service account called admin service account. This is our admin service account. And this user OSINT have what sort of permissions they have? Project level they have a reader, but here we have a service account key admin. So key admin is the permission which will allow you to create a service account key. Yes. So you can do this thing as well. So now what we are going to check, you will check all the service account and you found there is one service account where you have this particular role there. Now, what do you mean by this role? This role means service account key admin. Key admin means you can create an additional key of that service account. So think about scenario. If you have the same role on project level, that means you can create a key of any service account within that project. But in this particular case, you have permissions only on this service account. That's why you are supposed to allow to create a key of this service account. So I'll just sharing this one. Okay, now any questions here? So keep in mind that if you have a service account key admin permissions, that will allow you to create a service account key, additional key, and service account can have up to 10 keys there. So same techniques you can use to create a persistence or privilege escalations. Right? So because in our case we did OSINT, we did initial access, we did enumerations. After enumerations, what happened? We know that we have a service account key. That means we are using privilege escalations to, or we can use persistence as well with the same key to create an additional key on this particular service account, admin service account. Okay, now let's create a key. Let's create a key here. Service account key of admin. How do you do that? So let's use this command to create a key. This is a command we can use to create a key. So first check how many keys are there for this particular service account. Okay, so let's copy it. Let's see. Just paste it and you can see how many keys are there. So this will list down the keys for this service account. So you can see as of now only one key is there for this particular service account. Let's create an additional key for this particular service account. I'm just sharing this command with you as well. So now what we are going to do it here, I'm just going to create a service account key. So you can use key, then create, this is your key name. So let's say I can specify new service admin service account key dot JSON. You can use it. And service account, you can use it. Suppose if I want to create a service account key of any other user, let's take example of any other service account. Sorry, there are, let's say if I'm going to create a dev service account, or no, dev is already there. Let's say this hpriv service account, will it allow me? Let's see, it will give you the access denied. We don't have this particular permissions. This permission is there in this particular role, service account key admin role. So this is the permissions which is there in this particular role. So this role contain, apart from this one, lot of other permissions as well. Now let's try to create service account key for our service account where we have a permissions, admin service account, and let's do it. You can see I successfully able to create a key of this service account. Okay, now if you want to see what exactly this service account have access, same thing, you can do the same thing. We'll go here and you can change, or you can directly go here. Let's copy this one and then change the member here. The second service account, who, like the key that we created, what sort of access this have. So let's change it, and so you can see this service account have these two permissions on. Initially, these two permissions, one is OS login admin and one is service account user. So you can see this service account have two permissions, OS login admin and SA user. So you can see initially we have a read-only permissions on project level and one permission on service account level. Now you have these two permissions on project level. Okay, so now let's authenticate with this key that we created. Just now that we created, how you can authenticate? Same thing, you can do it. Gcloud auth activate and key file. The key file name is this one. Let's see. And yeah, you can see I am successfully able to authenticate. Let's clear all these things and let's see gcloud auth list. Now keep in mind that all, you can see the admin service account have only these two permissions, but this service account have your reader permission. So if you want to do any read operations, you have to use this service account, but if you want to do any other operations, you have to use this service account. What do you mean by these two permissions? So similar like in our AWS visa, so there are two permissions, OS login admin and service account user. What happened, just like in our AWS visa, that if you want to access, you don't have a suppose you want to access one of the VM, but the VM doesn't have any public IP address, or you don't have any credential to access the VM like RDP or SSH. In that case, SSM will play an important role. SSM allow you to access the VM if you have a certain permissions. Same thing happen on GCP side. Even if you don't have a SSH key, you should require a public IP address, but if you don't have SSH key, you just require this permission, OS login admin. That will allow you to access the VM. Now, in our case, this permission we have on project level. That means we can access any VM. Yeah. Okay, so we can access any VM here. Any questions in here? Please let me know till here. Anybody have any query, any questions? No? Okay, no worries. So let's go. All good? Perfect. Now we can abuse this particular permissions. And how we can abuse it? Because we know that if you have this OS login permissions, you can access any of the VM which is there in this project, because we have a permission on project level. Now what we are going to enumerate is VM compute instance. In GCP we call it a compute instance. We are going to enumerate, and we have to going to have a access on this VM. So first enumerate the VMs, and then we have access it. Now see, you can see what we did it. We have OSINT, we already did. We get the initial access. We enumerated the informations. We can use the key for your privilege escalations, because initially we have a read-only access. Now we become a OS login. So we did for privilege escalations. Same key you can use it for your persistent access as well. Now what we are going to do is going to do lateral movement. Lateral movement means we from so lateral movement is happen in multiple ways. So in this scenario, lateral movement is happening from your CLI to your data access or data plane access, because your VM is there in your data plane. So from your CLIs to when you are going to access your data plane, this is also part of lateral movement. Now, how do you do that? First, let's enumerate how many VMs are there. In that case, all the enumerations, all the read-only operations you have to do with dev service account only, because admin doesn't have a read-only operations. So keep in mind that whichever have a read-only operation, we can do it. So first, let's change to your this account, because we are going to enumerate in this case. So now what we're going to do is, let's see which one is active at this case. Now let's enumerate the VM gcloud compute instances list. We are just going to enumerate about VM. So you can see there is one VM which is this our public IP address. For OS login, for SSM, you don't require anything. You don't require any sort of public IP address or SSH key. In GCP for OS login is similar, like when you don't worry about the creating SSH key, adding there. That in that case you can use the OS login. So you can you can assign OS login to any user or any service account, so they can directly access the VMs that you assign without worrying about keys. So this is only applicable as of now on Linux virtual machines only, or Linux compute instance only. So you can see. Now we identify this one. What we are going to do again, we are going to literally move to this particular VM, because we know that we have this OS login permissions on this particular VM. VM name is, let's say we have a prod VM. Now first change the service account, because as of now, if you're looking for active service account, is your dev one. Dev only have a read only access. So first change this one and then laterally move. Let's change this one, and that let's see which one is active. Now you can do actual lateral movement task to get the access. How you can do that? You can use simply command like gcloud compute ssh and the instance name here. This is instance name, prod instance, and that's it. It automatically do the actions for you in the background. You can see it will automatically take this one. It will automatically create a key. Everything you do, you don't have to worry about anything. And that's it. You are successfully able to access the VM. Why? Because of these two permissions, OS login and this as a user permissions. You are able to get access to that particular VM. Okay. You don't have a key, but the only thing you have is your permissions. One more thing, if you have this permission on project level, you can access any VM. So that is very dangerous. And from RedTeam point of view, is a very interesting thing. If you identify these kind of scenarios there, you can access any VMs there. If you have this, and generally most of the organizations, they follow OS login a lot now these days, similar like SSM. Like instead of exposing or instead of hard coding their SSH key there, they directly use the SSM to access the VM. We saw a lot of scenario where organizations are using OS login to provide the VM access. But by mistaken, if you provide the VM access on project level or the VM that you are not supposed to allow, that means you can access it without having the key or nothing. You just directly access that VM. Okay, now you are inside the VM. That means you literally move from your CLI to the VM. VM, actually they are in data plane. That means you are actually inside the VM. You can even exfiltrate the, if you have a source code or if you have any file in that VM, you can exfiltrate it. Now what we can do it, if you are in the VM, what is the next step you can do it here? So still here we identify that you have a VM, right? Now you are inside that VM. Now what next you can do? You know that by default, generally what happen in a G Cloud, by default, if you create any VM, they will attach a default service account to you. Similar like in AWS, you have to attach a role there. But here, by default, if you haven't specified, by default, they will attach a default service account for you. How do you know that? Directly go here and see G Cloud auth list, and you can see there is a service account. This and you can also see this is a default or user or custom service account. You can see you don't have any IAM within this one, and it start with the project number, and you can see compute is there. So this is a default service account for compute, which is by default attached here. Any questions? So you can see you have directly this account here. Now every action that we'll do will be happen from this account only. Okay, one more interesting point here is we know that also let's go here and then let's see. So we know that this is the default service account. And this default service account by default this service account have a editor permissions. Editor permission means the topmost permission below the owner permissions. That means this can do anything on project level by default. This is the configurations done by default from the Google Cloud side. There are some scenario you can restrict with the scope, but let's discuss that one later on. So you can see this service account by default have editor permissions. Editor is just like one level below than the owner permission. Owner is the topmost. Editor is the have similar like owner, but editor cannot assign role assignment or policy assignment to any identity there on project level. Now, what is the next step? What are the actions you will be taking here will be executed on this particular behalf of this service account, and this service account have an editor permission on project level. Okay, so what we are going to do it here, we are going to dump the metadata, similar like we did it in our AWS. So there are two different scenarios to dump the metadata. You can directly use AWS, you can directly connect to the curl 169.254, 169.254, and you can dump the metadata from here as well. But what we are going to do, there is a simple step is you can use the cloud CLIs to create a stem. So let's dump the metadata. I think that will help you. So you will give a clarity then how we can dump the metadata. So now we have, so you can see this is a command you use it to dump the metadata. So you, but in GCP AWS case, you directly access it if metadata version 1 is enabled. If version 2, you have to specify some header. Here, always you have to specify this header, metadata flavor dot google, so sorry, colon Google. And this is a URL, you have to use it. So let's check how the flows look like. So let's see one by one how the directory structure look like. Okay, now let's copy the compute instance metadata. You can use compute metadata, and then you see how the structure look like. Then you have version 1, then you can see multiple things are there. So you can see instance, and then you can see multiple, similar like in the hierarchy of directory structures like this. In every cloud provider follows some sort of directory structures. So you can see the service account there. I just want to explore this one. You can directly access it, and you can see this is the service account which is attached here. Similar like in AWS, we have a role, right? You can see it here, and you can use it like this. What are the information you can get it? You can get the email address. I'll just paste it to you so you can use it. 1 second. You can directly copy from here. I just paste it in here. Now, what are the information you can get it there? Not here. Where is it? Yeah. You have options to get the email of the service account. So this is the email of the service account. You have options to dump the X temporary token. So in AWS temporary token we have in format of like secret key ID, secret and token. In this case, you have a temporary token in this format of this access token. This is a temporary credentials. So anytime if you dump the metadata, you will get a temporary token like this only. Okay. Now what you can do, this token is belongs to this one. So you can just copy this token. Just copy this token, and you can do it in open in Notepad, similar like in Notepad plus plus. Open a new one, and just save the token in one of the file. Like you can see VM default service account access token in text file in desktop. Let's save it like this, and that's it. Like in AWS, you have to configure your your CLI, right? You have to configure the credential file. Here you just need to dump or save the token in one of the file, and you can use your existing gcloud CLI. Let's go to the desktop directory. You can use gcloud. As of now, you can see how many gcloud, how many accounts are there? Only two. One is this one. If you want to use the token from that we stolen from this VMs, you just need to specify gcloud auth, and sorry, any command you can use it. Project list, and you have to specify access token file. That means how you can reuse the token. And token file name is VM, and if in this case the token will be there. This is how you can use it. Okay. Any query, any question here? So how you can reuse the token? No need to configure any CLI. You just place it in any of the text file, the token, and then you can use it like this. Any questions? I'll allow you to do these things. Dump the token from your VM. So apart from token, there is one more interesting thing is called a scope. Scope is a traditional way to restrict the access. If you want to see the scope, sorry. One second. If you use scopes, yeah. Scope, keep in mind that only scope is only work on compute instance. Scope is just like to restrict some sort of access there. As of now, we have a scope as a cloud platform. That means you can access any APIs with this particular access token. You can restrict the API access on behalf of when you restrict with the scope there. So we know that this service account have editor on project level. You can even restrict this editor permissions with the scope that you cannot access this particular API. But in our case, scope is called cloud. Scope is uh, scope is what is the scope name is cloud platform. Yeah, that means you have unrestricted access here. So we have initially we have a reader, then we escalate our privilege to here. Now we become a editor. Now what will be our next goal is to become an owner here. So what you can do, you can uh, just close this one. No need to use it. Just close this one, and let's see what you can do. First, we'll check what sort of permissions you have. So all read-only operations you can do it with just dev account. That's why you have to change this particular account again, and to check what sort of permissions you have, because by default it's have editor. But let's try one. So if you want to see, sorry, in this case, permissions to default service account. What is email address of default service account? You can get it from here. You can also get it from there as well. But the email address of default service account for compute. You can also check the permissions from here as well if you want to see. So you can see, you'll go here. You can see it here. Let me check it here. So let me check it here if anybody's changed it, this one. Just a second, I'm just checking if anybody did any changes here. So when you check, this is your default service account, and let's check what sort of permissions you have. What we are going to do, just going to enumerate what sort of permissions default service account have. By default, it's have editor, but let's see. And you can see by default, it's by default they Google have configured it, but you can also check cross check. Now we have their access token, so we can use the service account. What we are going to do next is, when you have editor permissions, your motive is to become a owner here. So let's open this one. So now this your your motive is to become an owner on project level. Start from reader, then you will become editor, then you will become an owner with lot of different privilege escalation, lateral moment things. How you become a owner? And this is a straightforward. There's a one we can't say it's an exploitation. It's just like a misconfigurations that will allow you to become from editor. If you have editor permissions and if you have a scope cloud platform, you can become a owner there. How do you do that? You just need to create a, so basically let's follow these things, how it's possible. To become a owner, you first, what you can do, there is one permissions that will allow you. So suppose this permission is called service account user. There is a permissions called service account user that will is similar like IAM pass role. This is there in GCP. In AWS we have a IAM pass role. Yesterday we saw, right? This will allow you to create any existing role to any resource while creating of that resource. Same thing you can do it, but it's not applicable that you can do it on creating this resource. But in this case, if you have this service account, this particular permissions, you can attach any higher privilege or any service account to any resource that you have. Now you can see you have editor permissions. So editor means you can create any resource. There is no restrictions in this case. So what we are going to do, we are going to create a cloud functions similar like our lambda function, which is lightweighted compute. That's why we prefer to use VM over cloud functions. Even in AWS we use lambda functions over the VM because it's lightweighted, so you can create it and you can attach high privilege role to it. So this is the on service account which have owner permissions. So first you have to identify the service account which have owner permissions, and then you can create a cloud function and you can attach it here. Okay, so now what you're going to do, you are going to create a cloud functions because you have a editor permission, so you can create any resource. And in editor also there is these two editor also contain the service account user permissions there by default, so you can attach any service account to this particular cloud function. So this is you can attach it. Now first you have to check the service account which have a higher privilege there. So let's first check this one, which is the service account which have a owner permissions on project level. How do you do that? We already get this information. We already get the IAM policy on project level, so no need to do these things. And let's check who have owner permissions. So this is a role, this is another role, this is another. Let's see the owner role. So you can see this user account and this service account have owner permissions on this particular project. So our motive, our target will be hpriv service account. Service account, the name is hpriv. So we can create a cloud functions and we can attach this hpriv service account. Why it's happened? You can create a cloud functions because you have editor permissions, and as well as you have a service account user permission. That's why you can attach this particular service account. All the permissions you have on project level, that's why you are able to attach this one. So let's create a cloud functions and you can attach this function, service account. Why we prefer always cloud function lambda function? Because these are the compute instance which is lightweighted. So you can just create it and you can dump the metadata. Same thing we did it with this one. We did with AWS as well. Okay, so let's create a cloud functions. So what is the command actually we use it to create a cloud functions? This is the command we can use it to create a cloud functions. Now first you will check which is the, so you can see who have a editor permissions. This service account, no, this only the this session token is belongs to session token is belongs to this default service account. So all the operation we have to do it with the session token only. So let's create a cloud functions. Let's copy from here. Let's create a cloud function. So what are the things we required? One is service account. Which are the service account we are going to attach? We are going to attach high privilege service account which have a owner permissions. So let's copy this service account. You can attach any service account, but our objective is to become a owner there, right? Then this is the same. You can use this command. You have to first get the the code, vulnerable code for in this case, just like in AWS case we get it. So I'll just provide the code to you. Let me check where exactly we have a code. Yeah, I'll download it. Just a second, I'll just okay, I'm just sharing the code with you. You see, this is very simple, and people, threat actors are exploiting these techniques. If you have these permissions, there is no it's straightforward there. So I'll just sharing the code with you. Top, yeah, it's there in desktop. This is the function code I just shared in our Discord channel. It's basically a vulnerable code. I'll also show you the how it's look like, what it does. Let me open it. So you can see the Python is, I'll just created a Python script. So this is created by us. We created a Python script. When you execute, it will go to their metadata endpoint and retrieve the session token or access token for us. Similar like in AWS, we like when you're talking about Lambda function, we can dump from environment variable, but in cloud function case, we can dump from the metadata endpoint. So this is a code we wrote it, and we are going to create a new cloud function which attach this service account, and let's run it. Let's see if it works. You can see you don't have this permissions because all the permissions, all these things we are executing with this particular service account. This service account doesn't have a editor permissions or these permissions. So what we can do, you can use this code, the code that we dump from this particular VM or particular compute instance. How you can use it? Same access, same you can got it with this one access token file, and file name is it will be there in desktop, and the file name is VM. Yeah, and let's see it will work or not, because in this case this particular token have a, and you can see it work. Wait for 2 minutes and it will work for you. Let's wait, and you can see what it did. Because we have this service account token, we can use to create a cloud functions and attach this high privilege service account to it. And from here the cloud functions, when you execute the cloud functions, 1 second, when you execute the cloud functions, you can retrieve the access token of this high privilege service account, and you will become an owner on the project. So this is how you can get the just by having a reader access, some sort of other permissions, you will become an owner on this particular project. Let's see. Meanwhile, it will create. If anybody have any questions, just let me know. Yeah. So when you unzip it, you can see this is my desktop. When you unzip it, you have to just keep the main file direct within the function.source folder only. But by default, when you unzip it, they will create a one more folder. So you just need to specify function.source folder, and inside that you just specify the main.py. That's it. Just create a function.py folder and specify main.py. It will work. You can see it is deployed. It's deployed. Now how we can invoke it? So when you invoke, the code that is mentioned there will be executed. So let's try to invoke. Now we can use curl command to invoke it. So I think this is a traditional one. It won't work now. I don't think so. Let's try to invoke it. I don't think so it will work. Sorry, 1 second. So we have to use a different, because cloud is rapidly changing. So yeah, because initially they will allow us to have the unauthorized access, but now they change it. So you have to use one more command to invoke it. So when you're talking about cloud, they will change everything very rapidly. So the few things that is working, yesterday may not be work today itself. So anyways, we'll try to figure out. We can do these things. We can invoke it with the latest method here. Directly we can invoke with gcloud CLI. So you need to just functions to invoke it. 1 second. And then you have to specify the function name, so you can directly invoke from your CLI. Function name is, you can get the function name. This is my function name, privsec function, and you can use it. So you can call this particular function or invoke the particular cloud functions with CLI. And when you invoke your, just a second, it will execute it, build or not. Let's see. Let me check in the backend side. Let's see if we able to do that privsec fun. Deploying, allow source trigger. Yeah, it will work. Let's see. It is there. Voids. Okay. You don't have. Yeah. Again, I forget. I'm invoking with the this particular service account, but doesn't have the service account, doesn't have a permission. So we have to use access token. Same thing. I forget. So you can use the same access token file, because only this particular service account, the token that we retrieve, have this particular permissions. And once you invoke, our code will be executed and we will get access token as return. So you can customize the code. This is code like we generated when you do RedTeam operation. This is the code we use it. But it's up to you how you can even transfer this token to your attacker server, or based on your requirement, you can do these things. So this is how you can invoke it and you can get the token. So similar, like you get the token First, we'll check this token is valid or not as belongs to which user. So what we can do, we can use this command. We already have the command information here. Let me check where exactly the command is there. Here. No, just a second. Yeah, this is the endpoint. If you want to check it's valid or not, and then specify the token that you retrieve it to see it belongs to which user, which service account, or if it is valid or not. And you can see this token is belongs to HPro service account, the same service account which have a owner permissions there on project level. Sorry, so let's copy this one. Let's again verify it if you have exactly have owner permission or not. Let's go here and let's change service account to your, and let's see if you have what sort of permissions you have this service account, because this service account have a owner permissions. Okay, now the same thing you did it with this particular token. You can create a one more file, you can place it this token from here to this particular file, and you can do the same action. You can do any actions with this token. Copy it, let's save it. So let's save it in desktop, like here hprev owner service account token, and let's save it. And now let's go here and I'll see if how many projects you can access. Gcloud auth, sorry, Gcloud project list, and then you can specify access token file, and the token name is desktop hprev. So in this case, you can see I have project access. Now you are an owner, you can do anything there. You can do role assignment, you can create a VM, you can delete the VM, you can do anything there. Okay, this point, anybody have any questions? How you just having, you know, from a reader access, some permission, how will you become a owner there? And now you are the owner on the project. Owner or project level. This is our file. Now after that, it's based on what you want to do. You have multiple options. You can perform ransomware activities, you can perform data exfiltrations if it's there in, and you can do encryptions as well. Sorry, encryptions, that's part of ransomware. You can do crypto mining. So anything you can do based on this requirement, because you are the owner on this project. Crypto minings. So generally, we did it one of two assessment. So I will just share with you one of the crypto mining that we use. Okay, let me explain this one, then I'll show you one of the crypto mining that we did it. So based on the objective, so suppose we do some kind of scenario. Some organizations, they want us to test their if their their detection is mature enough to see to perform the detection on crypto mining things, to test to see the detections on ransomware activities. You can do it there. So crypto mining, I think Monero or some of the crypto mining script we use it, you can directly run it in your systems on VMs. But please make sure you don't have, so it's basically depend upon what sort of security controls you implemented there in GCPs there. Okay, so one question is asking about how we moved from VM default service account to the HProv. Very, yeah. So suppose what happened, let me just, so Okay, now I'll just explain it. So you know that we compromise a VM. Let me go here. Suppose you compromise a VM. VM have a service account, default service account. Name is, so you can say it's a compute default service account, right? And this service account have a editor permissions on project level. Now what exactly, so the editor permission, there are a lot of editor role. Actually this is a role. Editor is a basic role. And what exactly permissions do we need to perform these actions? So there are two sort of permissions. One is if you have a service account, so if you have a, one second, if you have a act as permissions, if you have a act as permission, this is the permissions you require, which is already there in this editor role, or it is also there in service account user role. These are the two roles where this particular permissions is there. Now if you have an actors permission, it's similar like our IAM pass role visa. So you can create any of resource means definitely you have to create a compute, and then you can attach service account to this one if you have actors permission. So we have an actor as permission on project level. That means we can create a compute means we can create a lambda, or sorry, cloud functions. So you required to create permissions to cloud functions, because we know that we have a editor have all the permissions. Like you can create any resource, you can delete any resource, so you can create even VM as well. But in this case we use cloud function because it's lightweighted. So you can create a cloud functions. This is comes from the editor permission, and there is a act as a permission that allow you to attach any service account. So let's say we use hpref service account, which is attached to this. Yeah. So basically you required act as permissions to attach a service account. If you act as a permission on project level, you can attach any service account, or if you have act as permission on this specific service account, you can attach this service account. By default, this permissions there in editor role as well as service account user role, and you become a owner. So you need just act as a permission. Other permission you require is to creating a resource. So editor, if you have, you can create any resource. Like you can create VM, you can create containers, you can create compute, sorry, cloud functions, this thing. But to assign a permissions or to attach a service account, you need is act as a permission. In AWS, we use a IAM pass role. Here we use a act as. Okay, any questions? So when somebody asking about this one, crypto mining, we did, so we are using this Monero crypto miner. You have a binaries, you have Linux, Windows and all these things, you can run it on your VMs. But please make sure you are authorized to do these things, because sometime what happen, if you enable security control, you will get a mail from Google security site. Google these security providers that somebody trying to use your system as a crypto mining, which is as a illegal things there. So based on like organizations, you can take approval from them, from Google or any cloud providers, and you can use it to test your detections capabilities. Okay, so this is how you will get it. So you can see, just having the read-only permissions, you'll get it, this one. One more important thing, I think, which is here, important point here is, yeah, I think that is, you will see in our lab, most probably. So now you can see here, this all these things are part of GCP project. What about Workspace, Google Workspace? If you are an owner on this particular project, can you laterally move? So is there any possibility to laterally move from GCP to the Workspace or Workspace to GCP? Lateral movement from here to here and here to here. One condition, like if you compromise Workspace, you can reset the password of a user. That's one condition, and then you password of a user, and you can access their. So suppose if you reset a password of who have a higher privilege in Google Cloud project, and you can laterally move from here to here. This is the one scenario. What about in this case? If you compromise a GCP project and if you want to laterally move to the Workspace, is it possible? Yes, it's possible, and it's possible because of it's happened called domain-wide delegations. So domain-wide delegations means it will allow service account to access any of the resources of Google Workspace. Again, domain-wide delegations allow service account. So here we have a service account, just like in our case we use hpriv service account to impersonate any user and access their Google Workspace. So suppose you can impersonate super admin. So you can impersonate super admin and you can access any resources, like you can access anybody's email address. You can even create another user there. So based on what delegation allow, you can do the actions there. Yeah. So if you compromise Workspace means if you compromise admin.google.com, that means you are a super admin here. Only one way is you can reset a password of a user and you can access their projects there. Now, other way, if you compromise a project, generally in scenario we found that you compromise a project, how you can literally move to the Google Workspace. This is possible because of the domain-wide delegation. Domain-wide delegation allow you to assume or to impersonate any user, any user. So in this case, we can impersonate a super admin to perform the action on Workspace. Actions that you can perform is adding a new user, adding a new user. You can view the mailbox of any user. You can do much more things there that super admin have access. You can do the same thing. This is because of domain-wide delegation. Okay, anybody have any questions here? We are just completing our exercise here. If anybody have any questions, problems, or anything, just let me know. We'll wait for another 5 minutes. I think everything is done from GCP side. So this is just to give an example of how you can compromise the scenarios. Let me just check. Yes, so you can access token and you can, so based on impact, what you can do multiple things. Exfiltrate, you can information from SQL, Cloud Bucket, this one. If you want to go for encryptions, you can first you can use the KMS, key management system, and you can even encrypt the snapshot and backdoor. You can also delete the backup snapshot. You can delete the key vault there to perform the destructions there. So based on your objective, you can do the actions there because you are owner now. So that means you have every permissions there. Now it's up to you what actions you want to take it. Okay, anybody have any questions? I think we are good to go here. You compromise everything. That's all. So this is how the scenario will work. Okay, I think we'll wait for another 2-3 minutes if anybody have any questions. Otherwise, we will, wrap up this session. Okay, I think lateral movement to Google Workspace. Just okay, definitely that's possible with domain-wide delegation. I'll show you. No worries. Just give me 1 minute. I just configure one thing here, and it will work. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, I think it's better to so you'll get an idea as well. No worries. I'll just do one slightly configuration here. Just 1 minute. I'll just do one configuration. Only one thing is you required. You just need to allow your app. What configuration you required. You just allow your. I'll just show you what exactly it's required. I think then you will get an idea. So you can see how this domain-wide delegation work. So basically, you can see this is your Google Cloud project, right? In Google Cloud project, you can go to service account there, and you can allow any service account to access Google Workspace data. In this case, suppose I'm allow only high privilege service account. That means in case HPRO here. Now, what you can do it here, or you can allow HPRO service account, any service account. It's up to you. So because otherwise you will to create it. So let's take any service account that you have. So which service account we configure it as of now? Dev service account. Let's see dev service account I have. You can create any service. You can have the permission of any service account. The dev service account I already configure it. So suppose you go for dev service account. Where is dev service account here? Yeah, here. Now you can see by default. Initially, what happened when you go for advanced setting, you can see their domain-wide delegations. Initially you have to enable in service account here as well, but after I think 20 from 2021, I'm not sure, but 2021 Google allow every service account, so they enable the domain wide delegation. That means they created the client ID. So this is the auth client ID in this case. So let's copy this client ID and go to your workspace. Here you can go to your accounts, sorry, not account, you go to your security, go to your access, and data control, go to your API control, and you can see there is options called domain wide delegations. Let's click on domain wide delegations, and here you can add your client, and here you can add the scope that you want to allow. Suppose if you want to only allow to mail scope, you can just create a mail. So I'll just only allow for mail. So let me find out the scope for mail. You can take it from here. This is user. Let me just a second. I'll just find out. For mail, this is your 1 second. Yes. So what we can do, just add a new. Here you have to specify the client ID. Client ID, I can take it from here. This is the client ID of this particular service account. You can add it here, this client ID, and you can specify the scope. So let's take for mail access. You have to. So this is the things to be done from the administrator purpose. Like if you want your service account to. So suppose the scenario very simple. If suppose in a banking environment, if you want to suppose somebody's want to download their statement, that is happen automatically, right? So you upload something, you click on download your statement, which will automatically trigger automatically send the mail from the company email server. So based on this one, if you want to allow access to send a mail from your service account, and in that case you can specify this auth scope here. So different scenarios are there. This will allow now if you authorize it, and you can see. So let's you can delete the existing one, and this is a client ID. That means the service account ID. The service account client ID means one ID is this one, the email address, and one this is the ID which is used for auth ID, and this is the scope. Now again, how you can actually do this thing. So let me give it to an example how we can do this thing. Okay, now we know that we have dev service account here. Sorry. But one thing keep in mind that you just need to do hit and trial. Until or unless you have access on workspace, you cannot see which service account is allowed or not, or which scope is defined there. So let in this case we don't know, but we just need to do a hit and trial method here. And what we are going to do, I'll just sharing one code with you. So this will allow you to do these actions, because in this case you can call the API, but instead of API I'm using one Python code. This is a Python code. You have to just run it. In this case, what is the specific things you have to require? First, you have to specify the service account file, where exactly your service account file is there. Okay, now in this location, you have to specify your service account file, which have a domain wide delegations. In this case, you have to assume or you have to impersonate a user. In this case, I'm impersonating. So if I want to access email for this service account, I can impersonate this particular user. You can impersonate any user if the domain wide deletion enable, and it will call the Gmail API and it will do the work for you. Now let's see where exactly we have. So in desktop, we have dev service account, which is there in desktop. Let's copy this one and let's copy this entire URL. and here you can specify the service account key. Okay, perfect. Now you have to just change it. If you want to retrieve the mail for this service account, this particular user, you can impersonate this user and you just run it. Let's see if it work or not. It's downloaded and just a second, it's there in desktop. So sorry, it's there in download. If it's allow, you use Python main.py. Sorry, Python. If it's allow, you will get a mail access. Otherwise, you'll get a denied. Okay, okay. So what is saying? Uh, Let me check if it's enable or not. So it's saying it's not enable in this particular project. I think it's enable APIs. If they allow it, it's basically they enable the APIs there. How you can enable it? It's already there. It already enabled there. So you can go service account, enable API. It's saying that enable the API. Let's see if you enable the Gmail API. I think it's already enabled. It's not enabled. So if they allow it, definitely they have to enable API on project level. If API is not enabled, you cannot even, if scope is allowed, you cannot. But by default, most of the organizations we found that they have these API enabled there. So let's wait for a few minutes and then we'll see. Very simple example, you have to enable in both the side. So initially you have to enable on before I think 2021, you have to enable on both sides, but now you just need to enable on this side. You have to just add the scope, add the client ID, and it will work. So this service account can impersonate any user. Let's wait. I think let's try if it's done. You can see and get the result there. So like this, you can change the code and you can do much more actions there. But this is hit and trial until or unless until or unless you have options to view this one, that who can uh, like here you can see that who are allowed to or what scope is allowed there. But this will give you the idea that you can impersonate any user. Keep in mind that even you can impersonate a super admin. In this case, if you go for a role, if you go for admin role, and if you go for a super admin, these are the super admin there. So you can see this name, this email address is a super admin here, and the same address that we are going to impersonate. So you can do much more things there. You can even create a key. You can create another user. You can make that user to super admin as well. You can make yourself as a super admin, but you should have an appropriate scope there. This is how domain-wide delegation works. And you can see just by having, you can view the email of any user. You can impersonate any user, yeah, if domain-wide delegation is enabled there. So that is very impactful for if you do this thing. So I think 3 months back we did one assessment, and we are able to view the information, mails, drives. We are able to download all this. So yeah, so that is like you can directly see the APIs, Google API, how we can. So Gmail API, I'll just show you here. Very simple. You can do much more things there. Just like you just need to specify how we can use it. So you can use Gmail. So yeah, you can use body as well. So this is the so you can see how you can use Python SDK to do much more things there. So it will give you the information about how you can view the mail, how you can send the mail, how you can delete the mail. You just need to, it's very simple. You will get all the command reference there. So this is just a quick introduction, but you will get a big reference there. How you can even view the mail, how you can send the mail, and you can just need to change this one. Or this is just a demonstration purpose. In this case, what we are going to do, we are just going to execute the body of, or sorry, the all the ID of the emails which is there. This is just one example. If scope is properly defined, you can do any actions there. Okay, so any questions in this place? So this is how you can literally move from your on-prem, sorry, your workspace to the Google Cloud to the workspace as well. Like if you have a super admin on workspace, you can reset the password of any user and then you can access to Google Cloud as well. Okay, so yeah, this is how domain-wide delegation work. Perfect. Anybody have anything else? I think from today, tomorrow we'll discuss about Azure, and if you have a time, we'll discuss about some of the on-premises as well, like lateral movement. Pacu, where we can check the downloads in Windows. I have to check on Windows side. I think Linux side tried. I use it, but it is there in the I think database folder only. Okay, I have to check. I'm not, to be honest, I'm not sure where Pacu store this file in Windows, but you can check where exactly database they store. I think the same directory where Pacu is installed there, but I have to check. To be honest, I'm not sure actually. Linux only I tried. Windows I never tried Pacu, but we'll see. I'll just check tomorrow and just let you know exactly. Okay. Anybody have any other questions? Otherwise, we will just close our sessions. When you're talking about cross cloud attack, the one thing we already saw that, so we understand that how identity federation work. Cross cloud attack, I think you will found in a lab where you have to laterally move from one cloud provider to another cloud provider. So generally it can be possible with three-way. One is you have a network connectivity, you have identity federations, or you have workload federations. I think one of them is there in the lab. But tomorrow we'll see because Azure is take a lot of times there. But in a lab you will definitely get it, all these things. Because 3 days training, it's very difficult to cover each and everything. So that's why we just keep most of the things just a fundamental attacks there, and most of the things we have in our lab where you actually because it's valid for 30 days, do your research, understand these things, and any query, any questions have, just let us know. Okay, okay, thank you so much, guys. Anything else anybody have? Okay, thank you so much, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.